Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Planning Applications Committee meeting of the 25th of August. This meeting has been live streamed and was made available on the Council website for public viewing. Can I remind members to follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off their video when you're not addressing the meeting. Should you wish to contribute to any item, you should write "Speak" in the Teams chat function, and you'll be invited to speak in order about new issues. Should your question or issue be raised by a previous speaker, please withdraw your request so that we deal with the business as efficiently as possible. Usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member asks to leave the meeting for any reason, can I remind you either to leave the Teams function for that period of time, or you could write "leave" in the Teams chat function and then join. This will allow us to monitor members' presence. Tracy, can you confirm Sediment? Apologies, and I do approve remote participation in this meeting today. Tracy?
Thank you, Chair. We've got 15 members present. We've got 4 present in the chambers, and the rest of the members are through Teams. I've got 3 apologies from Councillor Hislop, Councillor Lever and Councillor McGregor, and not present at the start is Councillor Drysdale, Councillor Fairbairn and Councillor Giusti. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Are there any declarations of interest, members? In the chat function, please, if you're able to. Councillor Dryborough, please.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Items number 5, I have communication with both objectors and supporters. I do know one of the objectors and I also know the agent of the applicant. This is not to declare an interest, this is just to say that I've had communication with them on why they're objecting or why they're supporting it. And also at 16, land adjoining Steelville, Longmouth Road, Gretna. I was asked about 18 months ago for the planning enforcement officer to go down to this on a previous application. Again, this is not a declaration of interest, but it's just to make people aware that I have had constituents and ask them to go forward that way.
Thank you, Councillor Dryborough. I've got Councillor Carruthers and then Councillor Maitland. Councillor Carruthers, please.
Thanks, Chair. It's Moan with item number 17.
Thank you very much. Councillor Maitland.
Chairman, it's just to say that I have been made aware that Councillor Drysdale is away on leave this week, so I think it would be appropriate to note her apologies.
That's great. Thank you very much, Councillor Maitland. If there are no other apologies, can we then outline the procedure today, please, Tracy? Before we do, can I advise members that item 16 has been deemed as a speaking item, so it will be removed from the rotation on the agenda and will be dealt with after agenda item 10. So we'll go to agenda item 10, we will then take 16 and then move back on to the natural progression of the applications 11, 12, etc. And the other thing for members to be aware, Councillor Scobie will be addressing the committee on agenda item 12. He will address the committee remotely, and then, as is required by standing orders, he will leave the meeting. So before we go to the procedure for today, we have the minute of the previous meeting, the 23rd of June 2021, for approval. Is that a true record of the minute that took place then, members? Councillor Dryborough agrees. And Councillor Campbell and Councillor McKee agree. So there seems to be no dissent. Thank you very much. That will be taken as a true record. Tracy, can you now take us through the procedure for today, please?
Thank you, Chair. The Planning Applications Committee will consider each application in turn as detailed on the agenda. The case officer or other appointed officer will make a short presentation addressing the determining issues accompanied by digital images. Any late information, amendments or corrections will be reported at this time. Members may ask questions of officers following the presentation on points of clarification. The Chairman has been provided with a list of eligible representatives who have registered to speak at this meeting within the period specified in Council policy. No other persons will be allowed to speak. The Chairman will individually invite those who have registered in advance to speak to make their presentation, after which they may be questioned by committee members. No questions may be asked of members. The order of eligible parties being heard will be as follows: third parties objecting to an application, third parties supporting an application, statutory consultees objecting to an application, elected members of Dumfries and Galloway Council who are not members of the Planning Applications Committee, and such members should withdraw from the meeting after making their presentation, then applicants or their agents. In line with the Coronavirus Scotland Act 2020, Schedule 6, Part 4, covering the exclusion of the public from meetings of local authorities, representatives were offered the option of joining the meeting remotely to deliver their presentation or to provide a written statement to be read out on their behalf. Presentations will be strictly limited to 3 minutes per person, except for national and major developments, which by their very nature are more complex, where the time limit will be 5 minutes. The Chairman of the committee will ask you to come to a conclusion if you take too long. Representatives are encouraged to use the time allotted to clarify any points they consider material and address the determining issues. Certain matters are not normally material planning considerations and will not be taken into account by the Council when deciding on a planning application. Representatives should not raise any new matters without explaining why they were not raised earlier with the case officer. Please do not repeat what is in the report, as members will have already read the report. After all the representations have been heard, the meeting is then in formal session and no members of the public may address the committee. The Planning Applications Committee will then proceed to determine the application.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Stephen, good to see you. Do you have any declarations of interest?
No, thanks, Chair. I was listening to the meeting on Teams just before I arrived, so I've been keeping up with proceedings. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. OK, members, we'll move on to agenda item number 4, an application for the erection of 4 dwelling houses at Kirtland Farm, Treggles, Dumfries. This is a planning and principle application. The recommendations to refuse, and the case officer is Judith Turnbull, I think. Are you taking it today for Judith, Robert? We are in session, members, and Tracy's going to remind us which members can participate in the decision-making of this particular application. Tracy, please.
Thanks, Chair. Members that can take part are the Chair, Vice Chair, Councillor Blake, Councillor Crothers, Councillor Dryborough, Councillor Fairbairn, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Giusti, Councillor McGregor, Councillor McComb, Councillor McKee, Councillor Maitland, Councillor Martin, Councillor Tate and Councillor Young. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Tracy. Robert, deputising for Judith today, can you take us through the slides, please, just to remind us of the application, and then we will go straight to determining this particular application. Robert.
Thank you, Chair. Judith has sent her apologies, but she has kindly sent through a script so I can read it out as she had intended it to be presented. So this planning application and principal application was previously considered by the Planning Applications Committee at its meeting of the 16th of December 2020, where it was decided by members to defer the application for a site visit, and that was carried out on the 10th of August this year. So moving to the first slide, this is the location plan. And you can see the application site is located on the south side of Treggles, so it's a cross-hatched shaded area on the opposite side of the road from Kirtland Farm itself. To the north of the site is the burn, and then the houses on Valleyfield Meadow. Moving to the next slide, you have the existing site plan. The northern boundary is about 8 metres south of the burn, so that's the northern boundary of the application site. You can see the burn flowing along as marked in blue on that site plan. And the dwelling houses of Burnside and Briarbank are to the east of the site. Kirtland Farm is to the south on the opposite side of the road, and the barn fronting the public road has been converted to dwelling houses. There are also 2 dwelling houses that have been built further out on the western side of the farm access road, named Meadowview and Ardmore. So moving to the existing block plan, which is the next slide, the northern boundary is undefined. It's a red line, as you can see in the plan. The eastern boundary is marked by fencing and a mix of garden hedges and fences along rear gardens of Burnside and Briarbank. The southern boundary is defined by a post and wire fence and an access gate along the field boundary. And the western boundary has been planted with hedging plants and a new post and wire stock-proof fence along that boundary too. It's understood that the planting and fencing is a change to the previous similar application which came before members in 2019, and that's referred to in paragraph 1.7 of the report that's been prepared. So moving to the next slide, you now have the proposed site plan. It's an application for planning permission in principle, so members should note that this is an indicative layout. It's showing 4 dwelling houses sharing a new single access from the public road. Moving on now to the next slide, the proposed block plan. This is a similar arrangement, obviously at a bigger scale, and it's showing plot sizes. Again, this is indicative. So moving on to the images now. The first image is approaching the site from Teregles village itself. You can see the boundary dyke and hedge of Briarbank, the dwelling house on the right-hand side from this viewpoint, and the barn conversion opposite the site on the left-hand side of the image as you're in the middle distance. The next slide shows the view adjacent to the U230N public road. So this is taken further up the same road, so in close proximity you've got the steering conversion on your left-hand side. The site entrance would be on the right-hand side, and on the left-hand side of the road ahead of the barn conversion you can see the 2 houses of Meadowview, which is the one with the dormers, and beyond that Ardmore. The next slide is now looking over the site. Again, it's from the same public road. It's looking back towards Teregles village itself and over the application site. So, for example, you can see the new fence along the western boundary of the site in the middle of the image. The next slide is looking back towards the village, and this is taken just after the entrance to the site that's proposed, which is visible along the verge between the lamp post and the telegraph pole. So you can just see it on the left-hand side there. Moving to the next slide, this is showing the planting to the western boundary as it exists. It consists of hedging plants with occasional trees. I think that's a round tree there, for example, on the right-hand side. Bottom image is looking up that boundary towards the farm itself, so that's the one bottom left. And looking at the other boundaries of the site now, moving to the next image. This is a view east along the southern boundary, so you've got the steering conversion visible on the right-hand side there. The next slide shows the view north along the eastern boundary. So those are the 2 established dwelling houses to the rear gardens of Briarbank and Burnside. The next view is looking south along the eastern boundary of the application site. And that's looking the other way along that boundary with Burnside and Briarbank towards the public road. And the next slide is looking a view east on the northern boundary of the site and the burns along this boundary between the rough grass and the trees. The final picture is looking over the site from the northwestern corner, and it's taken at the bottom of the new fence line looking over the application site. So in conclusion, the proposed development is considered to be contrary to Dumfries and Galloway Local Development Plan 2 Policy H2 and the associated LDP2 adopted supplementary guidance on housing development in villages, which only permits the erection of new houses in designated villages such as Teregles in identified circumstances, and none of these circumstances apply to this case. In particular, the proposal would extend the village onto land which is not naturally contained by established boundaries. In addition to that, the proposed development is contrary to Dumfries and Galloway Local Development Plan 2 Policy OP2 and the associated supplementary guidance in that it would not adequately respect the existing physical and landscape features of the site, negatively impacting on the setting of the village at this location, and the proposal is therefore recommended for refusal. I'm happy to take any questions if I'm able to at this point, but I note that members are in session.
Thank you very much, Robert. I see a question in the Teams. Tracy, can you answer that, please? I don't know whether Councillor Ferguson was on the initial list of members able to participate or not in this particular application, but if so, is able to do so. Yes? Councillor Ferguson, yes, you can participate. That's been confirmed by our governance officer.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Andy. Okay, members, we are in session. Robert will answer any questions that members have just for clarity. We will not be asking any new questions or straying into new areas. But we are in session. Councillor Dryborough.
Thanks very much, Chair. I hope you can hear me. My headphones started going on the blip there. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. Thank you. I went on the site visit and it clarified a lot of the points that were actually in the report on this particular application. Having the visit to the site and understanding what the full application was about, I would agree with the recommendations in the report and go with that, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dryborough. That's a proposal to go with officer's recommendation. If there are no counter proposals, we'll take that as a unanimous decision of this committee.
Councillor Young.
Councillor Young, please.
I was just going to second Archie's proposal. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Young. Are there any alternative views? In that case, Tracy, can you confirm the unanimous decision of this committee, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Members have agreed to refuse the application subject to the grounds detailed in the report.
Thank you, Tracy. We go into agenda item number 5, an application for the erection of detached dwelling house and detached garage, formation of access and installation of treatment plant in Soakaway at site next to Slewcairn Cottage, back of the hill, Annan. This is a full application. The recommendation is to refuse, and case officer is Carla Livingston. So Carla, I think, is with us. In the meantime, members, we are in session again on this particular agenda item. Tracy, can you confirm the members able to participate in the termination of this application, please?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Members that can participate are the Chair, Vice Chair, Councillor Blake, Councillor Crothers, Councillor Dryborough, Councillor Fairbairn, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Giusti, who's not present, Councillor McClellan, Councillor McComb, Councillor Maitland, Councillor Martin, Councillor Tate, Councillor Thompson and Councillor Young. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tracy. And although there was some debate amongst members at the site visit at the back of the hill, any new information that was presented should not be taken into account. We are in session. We are dealing with the application that was presented before us, and the site visit was just to inform members of the location, not to gain additional information. So if Carla's with us, can Carla come on, please, and remind us, take us through the presentation, remind us of the presentation we had, and then we'll determine the application. Carla, when you're ready, please.
Thank you, Chair. Next slide, please. Thank you. The application was originally presented at committee on the 20th of May 2021 and was deferred in order to allow for a site visit, which took place on the 10th of August. So I'll briefly run through the slides that were shown then. The first slide shows the location of the application site, which is in the small building group of the back of the hill, which is to the southwest of the town and the Solway Firth. Next slide, please. The block plan shows the position of the proposed dwelling house, which should be forward of the neighbouring dwelling house Slewcairn, which you can see the outline of to the left-hand side of the proposed dwelling house. Next slide, please. This shows the proposed ground floor plan. Next slide, please. This shows the proposed first floor plan. Next slide, please. The proposed elevations, the northwest elevation, which is the top left elevation, shows the front elevation, and this would front onto the rear elevation of neighbouring dwelling Meadowbank. Next slide, please. This shows the site sections. Next slide, please. This shows the access to the site. The access would be taken via the field gate, which is shown to the left of the timber gates, which are the entrance gates to neighbouring dwellings, Slui Cairn. Next slide, please. This is looking southwest along the back of the hill, looking into the small building group. Next slide, please. This is looking northwest along the back of the hill back towards Annan. Next slide, please. This is taken from the top of the site, looking down towards the Solway Firth. You can get hopefully you can get an idea of the slope of the application site. Next slide, please. This is looking back up towards neighbouring dwelling Meadowbank. The tree that you can see in the photo there would be removed as part of the proposal. Next slide, please. This is looking up towards the access to the site, which is, you can see the field gate there and the timber fence that forms a boundary with Slui Cairn. Next slide, please. This is looking west towards neighbouring dwelling Slui Cairn, which is higher than the application site. You can see the side elevation of that dwelling house there. Next slide, please. This is taken from the Annan Coastal Core Path looking towards the application site. You can see the application site in the photograph, which is the field where the grass is being cut and it appears kind of stripy, slightly lighter and roughly in the middle of the photograph there. Next slide, please. This is looking a closer view of focusing in on the application site. You can see the front elevation of Slui Cairn, which is the sandstone dormer cottage. Next slide, please. This is taken from Summergate, looking west towards the application site. Summergate is a settlement which is a residential area within Annan, and you can see the application site is clearly visible with the side elevation of Slui Cairn there. I think that's my last slide. Next slide, please. That's my presentation finished. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Carla, and good to hear from you again. Members, any questions for her? We are in session, but any questions for Carla for clarity, please, at this time? Okay, we are in session. I'm open to members. Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks, Chair. Can you hear me okay? Just so I'm sure.
Yes, we can hear.
Good, thanks. Yes, I'm on an unusual system. It's complicated. I haven't got any wireless at the moment. So, listen, thanks. I'd like to thank the committee firstly for having the site visit. It did add value, certainly from my perspective. Points I picked up in particular. So I was keen to see what the finished floor levels, ridge heights, so on and so forth, because that was brought up through objections, how that would appear in from it being right on site, being local to the actual thing. And I think through a bit of confusion, obviously from myself, but I think we got to that point. I could see where the floor levels, where the ground levels, how that compared to the existing houses round about. So that certainly helped me put it into context, the size, scale and massing as well. That again, you could see that because it was pinned out. You could see the kind of square of the footprint itself. I think there's additional photographs here. Certainly, it looks like it from the front, which again, so if I took a walk down, again, that added value. You could see the mix and the match, particularly it's close to Slui Cairn, so it's obviously it's a more modern design in regards to that. But I said, so up by Annan Hill as well, so there's a whole mix and match, different types of houses. I think, for the looks of it, it's probably 40 plus units in the back of the hill as a small building group. But Chairman, after having the site visit, having a look, taking the objections that were raised locally, and I think the case has been put forward by the applicant themselves, I'm minded to support the application rather than refuse it. I do think it fits in well. Like I say, there's a good mix and match in the back of the hill when it comes to houses. I don't think it's overly large or domineering in size, scale or character, taking it in consideration. I do actually feel that it complies with the small building group and also the policies we have within our supplementary guidance in particular, Chair. So I'll leave it at that. I would like to see this being supported today. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carruthers. Councillor Fairbairn.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would second that, moving that forward after the site visit. I think Ian summed it up quite well. So I'd just like to show my support for that as well. Thank you.
That's fine. There isn't a proposal yet, of course. We're still waiting for other members who might want to make an observation or bring forward a proposal, but at the moment we have none, unless you're preparing to make one, Councillor Fairbairn.
Just have it on record as support, Chair, until we move further forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members?
Archie and Jane. Archie and then Jane. Archie and then Jane.
Councillor Dryborough, please, and then Councillor Maitland. I've been kind of sleeping there. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. And you know, whilst I have some sympathy with what Councillor Carruthers says and Councillor Fairbairn says, the site visit made it quite clear to me that there is some issues there. Until those issues are resolved, then on planning grounds, I would propose that we go with the recommendations as supplied in the report by the officer.
Thank you, Councillor Dryborough. So that's a motion to remove, to refuse. Councillor Maitland.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. In respect of character and appearance of the proposed development, I think the report in paragraphs, I think it's 4.7 to 4.10, I think covers the objections that we have here to this proposal. So I'm very happy to support Councillor Dryborough.
Thank you, Councillor Maitland. So we have a motion from Councillor Dryborough, supported by Councillor Maitland, to refuse this application. Any alternative view would have to bring with it planning reasons why it should be approved. If no, we will go with the motion and the seconder as put forward. Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks, Chair. So I suppose as previously outlined, I would like to see it supported. So I would move that we do approve it. I do think that there's such a mix and match in that local area that it's actually not out of character there at all, because there's so many different, like I said, there's 40 units. When you look along the frontage, I think it mixes in well. So if we've got to make an exception to policy in this case, I would say because it fits in so well with the surrounding area and the different house types, size, scales, characters, and so on and so forth, Chair. But I would move that we do approve it.
Can you just summarise what the planning grounds are, please?
So I would say it does fit with WOP1. It does fit with a small building group supplementary guidance, Chairman. I would say it does comply with it because if you look at after the site visit as previously outlined, if you look at the types of houses, so on and so forth, that actually it fits in well.
Thank you, Councillor Fairbairn.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was second Councillor Carruthers.
Okay, thank you, members. So we have a motion by Councillor Dryborough, seconded by Councillor Maitland to refuse. We have a motion by Councillor Carruthers, seconded by Councillor Fairbairn to approve, contrary to council policy, on the basis that the application fits well with. Oh, Tracy will have the exact wording. Can you maybe just remind members what the motion is clear, what the amendment is, please, and then we'll go to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. So the motion is to refuse as for the grounds detailed in the report, and the amendment is to approve the application on the grounds that the proposal is in keeping with the scale, massing, proportions and character and appearance of the neighbouring dwellings, and as such would be in line with policy OP2, design quality of new development in the Dumfries and Galloway Local Development Plan 2. But can I just confirm what conditions members would like to see attached to any approval, please?
Okay, I'll go to the move of the amendment first. Do you want any conditions attached? And if no, we'll go to the motion's just to refuse anyway, as per the council officer's recommendations. So, do you want any conditions attached, Councillor Carruthers, Councillor Fairbairn?
Chairman, I would move that we do have conditions attached. They've usually got a standard set of appropriate conditions on standby in the case that a decision is made contrary to a recommendation. So hopefully Robert will be sitting on the ready. Thank you.
Robert, can you come in just and confirm what Councillor Carruthers is suggesting?
Yes, I'm quite happy to confirm, Chair. In the event that you grant planning permission, just having a quick look at the consultation responses that are online at the moment, Council Archaeologist consultation response dated 10th of March 2021 recommends a single condition. I won't read it out, but it is online in relation to this case. Beyond that, the Council's Roads Planning team leader in their consultation response of the 9th of April 2021 has got 6 recommended conditions. Now, again, I won't read those out, but they are online, they're in the public domain, and I would recommend that in the event that permission is granted, you grant it subject to those 7 conditions.
Thank you, Robert. Are you happy to sign up to that, Councillor Carruthers?
More than Chair. Happy to do that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. On that basis, Tracy, once again, just remind members of the conditions. Well, the 6 conditions on roads, the architectural or archaeologist conditions, and then we'll go to the vote, please.
Thanks, Chair. So a motion is to proposed by Councillor Drybrough, seconded by Councillor Maitland, to refuse the application on the grounds detailed in the report, and the amendment is proposed by Councillor Carruthers, seconded by Councillor Fairbairn, to approve the application due to it being in keeping with the scale, mass and proportions, character, form or appearance of the neighbouring dwellings at this site, and as such it would be in term with policy OP2, design quality of new development in the Dumfries and Galloway Council Local Development Plan 2 and associated supplementary planning guidance, subject to the 7 conditions, 6 from the architect and 1 from roads outlined by the planning officer.
Thank you, Tracy.
To the vote, Chairman.
Motion.
Vice Chair.
Motion.
Councillor Blake.
Motion.
Councillor Carruthers.
Amendment.
Councillor Drybrough.
Motion.
Councillor Fairbairn.
Amendment.
Councillor Ferguson.
Motion.
Councillor McClelland.
Amendment.
Councillor McComb.
Motion.
Councillor Maitland.
Motion.
Councillor Martin. Councillor Martin. I'll come back to Councillor Martin. Councillor Tate.
Amendment.
Councillor Thompson.
Amendment.
Councillor Young.
I'll abstain as I didn't make the site visit. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Martin, I'll try you again.
Motion.
Thank you. So the motion carries 8 votes to 5 with 1 abstention. Thank you, Chair. The application is refused.
Thank you, Tracy. We move on to agenda item number 6. An application for the formation of window opening and 2 dormer windows to rear elevation and formation of door opening to gable elevation. Location 16 Union Street, Kirkcudbright. The application type is full application, reference number 21/1254/full. Recommendations to grant unconditionally, and the case officer is Claire Kirk. If Claire's with us, can you take us through your presentation, please?
Chair, just for clarity, I'm presenting on behalf of Claire this morning.
Fine, Robert. Robert's got a busy day. He's presenting in behalf of a number of officers today. Right, Robert, carry on, please.
Thank you, Chair. Before we start on the actual slides, members will recall this being in front of them previously. There was a planning application earlier this year which went to your meeting of the 20th of May, which was refused on the grounds stated in the background to the report. So the case officers detailed the planning history at 1.5, so that's on page 44 of the print pack. So that is relevant to the consideration of this case, obviously. You will see there have been quite a large number of representations to and there haven't been any consultations carried out. So moving on to the slides, it's a site in the historic part of Kirkcudbright, so you're within the Kirkcudbright Outstanding Conservation Area here. Just moving on to that first slide. So you see the location plan. You've got the link, Union Street, between the old High Street and Castle Street, and the application site is broadly in the middle of that street on the northern side of the road. Moving to the next slide, similar location plan, it doesn't need any further commentary. The next slide is looking at the block plan. So you can see again, you've got a typical terraced pattern of development at this location, with the majority of houses being on the frontage of plots, just off the pavement. If you look at the width of the street, Union Street is narrower from recollection than Castle Street and High Street at the relevant junctions. So moving onwards from that slide, you have the existing elevations, and this is obviously at number 16. So you have the front elevation to the street on the left-hand side, the rear elevation on the right-hand side, and then the side elevation is the bottom image. Moving forward from that, the next slide shows existing floor plans and the roof plan as well. And moving forward from that, you have the existing sections. So it's a two-storey house with an attic space within it, which is typical of this part of Kirkcudbright. Moving on to the next slide, you now have the proposed elevations. Now, the works proposed are described at 1.3 of the report, so that's on page 43 of the print pack. So it's a proposal for the formation of a window opening and 2 dormer windows to the rear elevation, and the formation of a door opening to the gable elevation of number 16 Union Street. So you can see the 2 dormer windows there to the rear elevation, the door opening as well to the gable elevation, as you can see. So moving to the next slide, you have the proposed floor plans and the roof plan. So again, in the bottom right image, you can see those 2 dormer windows that are proposed. And you can also see, I think it's on the top left image, it is, you can see the location of the proposed door opening as well. Moving to the next slide, you have the proposed section. So that shows the kind of profile the dormer windows would have when you look at them from the inside. The next slide is showing the proposed door and window details that are involved, because again, this is located within a conservation area and detailing is quite key to new works on these buildings. Moving to the next slide, we're now on to pictures. You have the front elevation of the established dwelling house on Union Street itself. The next slide is a similar view. You will obviously note there isn't a continuous frontage here. There's a gap. You've obviously got the wall and gate within that area too. Moving to the next slide, this is a view of the rear elevation of number 16. And the next slide is showing the windows of the adjacent property overlooking that shared garden area. So that was the area you saw behind the wall with the gate. The next slide is another adjacent property with windows and doors overlooking that shared garden area too. And the next slide is a further view of windows overlooking the shared garden. Moving to the next slide, you can see examples of dormer windows in nearby properties. I'm fairly sure looking at that's on Castle Street, which is nearby within about probably 200 metres of the property. And the next slide shows other examples of dormer windows. And again, I'm fairly sure that property is in Castle Street as well. So moving on one, you have a couple of photographs, and third-party objector may want to come back to this, that they've asked to be included in the presentation. This is showing the rear elevation of 16 Union Street. And your next slide has also been submitted by a third party who wishes, I understand, to speak today. And this is showing Harts Close and the rear elevation of 16 Union Street. So returning to the report that's been prepared, you will see that the case officer has looked at issues including overlooking, loss of privacy, amenity and design. And in conclusion, Claire considers that the proposals acceptable and compliant with the provisions of LDP2, Local Development Plan, and on that basis is recommending the application for approval. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Robert. At the moment, members, it's questions for the case officer. It appears there are none, so we'll move on to the registered speakers. In this agenda item 6, we have Philip Alvey and Peggy Taylor, both objectors, and Tracy has a statement to read out on behalf of both of these objectors. I see John Young wanting to speak. Councillor Young.
Sorry, I had difficulty raising my hand and also at writing in the chat function. Robert, the proposals for dormer windows to the rear elevation, which is quite unusual. Is there any other properties on that street with dormers to the rear elevations?
Robert.
Sorry, Councillor Chair, I don't know the answer to that offhand. It is unusual, I would agree with that, but I don't know if it would be unique in that street. I don't know, sorry.
Thank you, Robert.
Thanks, John. Okay, so we have two registered objectors, and Tracy will read out a statement on behalf of both of the objectors. As you know, we can't ask questions on written statements, but then we have Billy Pattison, Boyer Planning, the agent, and members will be able to ask him, or John might be able to ascertain from him what the situation is in regard to dormers. So, Tracy, two objectors.
Thanks, Chair. The first one is from Philip Alvey. Following my previous multiple objections to these proposals, I wish to counter the agent's response repeated in the Planning Officer's report that A, the creation of a new window and 2 dormers in the north gable would not significantly increase the issue of overlooking or loss of privacy to our garden patio area, and B, the assertion that the area is already overlooked by surrounding properties. This is absolutely not so. As indicated in my formal objection, one of the 2 existing ground floor windows is very small and of frosted glass. The other is larger but not in the line of sight from the garden, as it is obscured by the shed belonging to 31E and F Harts Close. The remaining first floor window is tiny in comparison to the proposed new window. It has been previously stated that this latter window would be situated in a landing area rather than a room, but I fail to see what difference this makes. It can still be looked out of. The existing traditional skylights in no way impinge on our privacy, as they are small and face skywards. The 2 proposed dormer windows are huge in comparison, 4.5 foot by 3.3 foot approximately, and would afford a grandstand view. On the other point, I can confirm that the garden is already overlooked by the kitchen window belonging to my neighbour at 31E and F Harts Close, i.e. a fellow user of our garden area. The kitchen window of 14 Union Street is situated in its north wall but does not directly overlook our garden or sitting area. One final point I would like to make is that the words communal and private are not mutually exclusive. The garden sitting area is expressly and exclusively for the use of residents of Harts Close and is the only quiet private space that we have. Thank you for your time. The second statement is from Peggy Taylor. The agent's response, which is echoed in the Planning Officer's report, gives the impression that the creation of a new window and 2 dormers at the rear of the property would not significantly increase the issue of overlooking or loss of privacy, and that the area in question is already extensively overlooked by a number of surrounding properties. This is categorically not the case. The photographs submitted with this statement show very clearly the inaccuracy of these claims. Photograph 1 shows the existing windows in the rear of 16 Union Street are very small and not currently obtrusive. One ground floor window is only 250mm by 290mm and frosted. The other ground floor window is a fraction of the size of the additional proposed first floor window and is almost entirely hidden from the garden by the shed of 31E and F Harts Close, not shown in the drawings furnished by the applicant. And the existing first floor window is a fraction of the size of the additional proposed first floor window. The only other window that overlooks this specific area is shown in photograph 2. which my own kitchen window 31E and F Harts Close, although the rear of the property at 14 Union Street has one window on the ground floor and first floor, they do not directly overlook this garden patio sitting area. The proposed first window is 1,460mm by 1,000mm. Even if located on a landing, it would be extremely large and would directly and obtrusively overlook our private garden. According to the agent's response, the existing roof windows currently face across the drying green. Photograph 1 clearly shows these windows face skyward and do not at all overlook the garden and patio area. The proposed 2 dormer windows, each measuring 1,360 by 1,000mm, would directly overlook our private space. In addition to the visual intrusion, the creation of these windows would substantially reduce the sound barrier between 16 Union Street and our garden. The LDB2 specifically states that the proposal should not materially reduce the privacy or amenity of adjacent properties. The information we have presented demonstrates that the proposed windows would materially reduce the privacy and amenity, therefore are a clear contravention of this clause. Although the garden patio area at the end of Harts Close is of the communal use of the residents of Harts Close, it is also for their private exclusive domestic use. Therefore, we would expect to be afforded the same level of consideration privacy as those with an individual private garden. There is no logical reason why a private space shared by a few households should enjoy less right to privacy and amenity than one proceeding to only one household. The fact that if that were the case, the LDP would effectively discriminate people who are unable to afford a garden of their own or who simply choose to share one with other households. That's me finished. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Both of these objectors' representations were well within the 3-minute limit, but given the number of representations we have, I'll ask you to confine any representations you may have to read out to the 3-minute window, please. I've now got Billy Pattison from Boyer Planning. Billy, if you're with us.
Hi there.
Billy, you'll have 3 minutes to make your presentation. I'll remind you of 30 seconds to draw your presentation to a conclusion, and if you've been kind enough to wait in case members have questions for you, I'd be grateful. And just whenever you're ready, Billy, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. What you are being asked to consider today is a proposal for small-scale alterations to a house, including a single entrance door to the side elevation, a first-floor window which will serve a stair and landing, and 2 small rear dormer extensions in place of existing roof-like windows. All of these alterations have already been granted unconditional listed building consent by the council. I can also confirm that the 2 neighbouring properties on Union Street do have existing dormer windows. The application before you is the second application for the alteration of the house to be presented to the Planning Committee. The first was heard by the committee in May this year and was refused because a rear elevation door opening onto the rear communal area was considered to result in an undue loss of privacy and amenity to nearby residents. No other concerns were raised by members in relation to any other aspects of the proposals. Consequently, in direct response to members' concerns, the door in question has been removed from the proposals. All other proposed alterations within this application are identical to that presented to the committee in May and to which no concerns were raised by the committee. Following removal of the proposed rear door, the proposals would not stop or obstruct in any way residents using the communal area, and as such, amenity is not considered to be an issue in this instance. Your officers have set out in their report the reasons why the proposal is acceptable, and they've explained that it complies with all relevant policy objectives. I'm of course aware that a small number of objectors have commented on the proposal, but my understanding is that many of the concerns are related to land ownership matters, and your officers have correctly advised that this is not a material outcome of the application. The applicant does have legal rights for access from the High Street via Harts Close, and the area in question is not a private garden. I think that's the key point to remember. Furthermore, no new access is proposed from to the rear area. While some concerns have also been raised in relation to the design of the alterations, it must be remembered that listed building consent has already been granted for these, and that no concerns to the alterations currently proposed were raised by the previous committee. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, but otherwise I hope you will agree with your officer's assessment of this case and will approve my client's proposal.
Thank you very much for being so concise, Billy. John Young, do you want to ask this agent your question and see if you can help me with it?
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering, if the neighbouring properties or other properties on Union Street have rear-facing dormer windows and how many there are. Thank you.
I believe that the two adjoining properties on Union Street, I think they're number 14, number 12, do have rear-facing dormer windows.
That was helpful, Billy. Thank you. Any other questions for the agent? In that case, Billy, Jim McComb, please.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Pattison, can you confirm that listed building consent was granted for the proposal to have a rear door?
That was part of the proposals which were granted listed building consent, but then that obviously doesn't form part of the current application.
Thank you.
For planning permission.
Thanks, Jim. Councillor Maitland.
Thanks, Chairman. Can I possibly ask the agent, the brief for the client suggested that they only wanted one dormer window. Can you give me any idea about why we've got two?
I'm not sure where you got the information about the brief, but the two dormer windows were as proposed previously, and that's essentially what's required for the applicant to accommodate his family in the property.
Can I come back, Chairman? It's just the brief is in the papers, in the background papers that we've been given online. What I was also going to ask is the issue of the dormer, the second dormer on the right-hand side. Would I be correct in saying that that's actually over a void? People couldn't look out of that one, could they?
No, I don't think they could.
Right. And can you give me any idea again about why the window overlooking the back area there has been made the size it is? I mean, it could be smaller, couldn't it?
I mean, it could be smaller, but it's, again, this is a communal area we're talking about. This is what's required for the applicant. It's been granted listed building consent already. There's no design concerns raised by officers, and officers can continue to support the scheme for planning permission.
Right. That's helpful. Thank you. Okay, and as far as, can I just absolutely clarify in my mind, you made a very clear statement that this is not a private garden, and I wonder if you could help us by explaining what the reasoning is behind that.
Well, there's a number of properties have access rights to the space, so it's not exclusively used by anyone, and also it's worth just reiterating that the applicant does have access rights from the High Street to Harts Close. So there's a number of different properties in the area which have access rights to this space. So to treat it, I suppose, as a private garden would not be the correct approach to take.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jane. Councillor Martin. I'll come back, John, if you're maybe having difficulty getting through. If there are any other members looking to speak, if no, we'll give you a minute or two, and then we'll be obliged.
Sorry, Jim, it just keeps switching my mic off. As I say, I know it's in a B-listed property, and the issue seems to be the dormer windows. As I say, are they solely to create a bit of space upstairs, or have they thought of Velux windows, which I know they may not be allowed in a B-listed building, but have they thought of Velux windows?
So is that a question for the agent?
That'll be a question for the agent, Jim, yeah.
Can you help, Billy?
So I didn't get the question there.
Have you thought of Velux windows instead of dormer windows? I know it's a B-listed building and they may not be allowed, but have you thought of that? Or is it just solely to create a bit of space in the attic space?
Well, the dormer windows create the space which is required by the applicant for their family. But I suppose the other thing is that the other properties here do have dormer windows, so they are a characteristic feature. It's not something that would be unusual in the area.
Thanks for that, Billy. David McKay. Speaker, please.
Isn't it? Sorry. How do your proposed dormer windows compare to the others in the houses around you?
They're of a similar size and scale and design. So, I mean, again, without wanting to repeat myself too much, these have been granted listed building consent already, so they are considered acceptable.
Thank you.
Thanks, members. Can I remind members we're not here to try and design this application for the applicant. We've asked about the use of Velux and the size, but really what we're being asked here is to determine the application that's before us. And I know members are keen to try and accommodate folk, but we've still got to deal with the business in hand. So we have an application before us with a number of questions. If there are no other questions for the agent, we'll thank him very much for being here today, and members are now in session. Councillor Dryborough, or Councillor Thompson first, and then Councillor Dryborough.
Thanks, Chair. Having heard the representations and also having considered this today, obviously it's not the same application as was before, but having that in mind, I think we should approve this application as recommended.
So you're proposing that we
accept the officer's recommendations.
We offer a recommendation. Thank you. Councillor Dryborough.
Just to second that, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dryborough. Councillor Young and then Councillor Maitland.
Thank you, Chair. I was still a bit confused, and I wonder if a site visit would be the way forward with this application. I would propose a site visit. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, before I come to you, Councillor Maitland, we'll have to determine a request for a site visit. So we have a request for a site visit by Councillor Young. Are there any other members in support of such an approach? I can hear a conversation in the background, but I don't think it's any of the members of the committee. So can folks just make sure, please, they have their microphones switched off when they're not in use? And I've got Councillor McComb looking to speak, please, and then Councillor Dryborough.
Thank you, Chair. I would be willing to support Councillor Young's proposal. I would second his proposal for a site visit.
Okay, so we have a proposal for a site visit. Do we have an alternative view? Councillor Dryborough?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, this is the second time this or the same area application has been in front of us. I think we've got enough information in front of us to make a decision today, rather than having a site visit, and I would propose that.
Okay.
And I would second that.
And Councillor Martin seconded it. So we have a proposal for a site visit by Councillor Young, seconded by Jim McComb. And we have a proposal that we have enough information before us from Councillor Dryborough, seconded by Councillor Martin. So we'll go to the vote. I'll remind members what it is we're looking at, Tracy, then we'll go to the vote.
Thanks, Chair. Motion proposed by Councillor Young, seconded by Councillor McComb, to defer consideration of this application for a site visit to be arranged. Amendment by Councillor Dryborough, seconded by Councillor Martin, not to have a site visit and to determine the application today. Chairman.
Amendment.
Vice Chair.
Amendment.
Councillor Blake.
Amendment.
Councillor Crothers.
Motion.
Councillor Drybrough.
Amendment.
Councillor Fairbairn.
Motion.
Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Ferguson. Come back to him. Councillor McClelland.
Amendment. Sorry.
Councillor McComb.
Motion.
Councillor McKee.
Motion. Oh, sorry, amendment, sorry.
Councillor Maitland.
Amendment.
Councillor Martin.
Amendment.
Councillor Sloan. Councillor Tate.
Amendment.
Councillor Thompson.
Amendment.
Councillor Young.
Motion.
Sorry, Councillor Giusti. I see you've joined the meeting. Councillor Giusti.
Motion.
And Councillor Ferguson. Oh, Mark Ferguson not present. And the amendment carries 11 votes to 5. The application will be determined today without a site visit.
Thank you. And I see Councillor Giusti, you were included, so that's helpful. And Councillor Ferguson, hopefully he gets his connection back up to allow him to continue to deal with planning applications today. So we move on. Councillor Maitland, you looked to speak before this proposal was brought forward. So Councillor Maitland, please.
Thank you very much indeed. Chairman, previously, the previous application, which included a door, I thought was really quite wrong with respect to privacy and amenity. This one is less clear. I do accept that. I'll say to the committee that I think any Edinburgh residents who share a large garden and consider it to be a private garden would be rather annoyed to be told that it wasn't a private garden simply because they all shared it. So to call this area not private, I think is actually specious. However, given what we've got in front of us, I find it rather odd that there is a second dormer being required over a void. It would seem to me to be rather more appropriate to put in a large conservation roof light at that point. But I can't see that the set back dormer at the top, or indeed the single window over the staircase will actually have an unacceptable effect on the privacy of this private garden. So I'm prepared to go along and agree the officer's recommendation in this particular instance.
Thanks. Unless you were muted in advance, or is that you finished, Councillor Maitland? That's fine. I'm happy with that. Thank you. So, Tracy, remind us where we are. Do we have a proposal of any kind to date?
We have a motion from Councillor Thompson to approve unconditionally as per the report, which was seconded by Councillor Drybrough.
Okay, so we're looking for alternative views if there are none. In the absence of an alternative view, it's a unanimous decision of the committee to approve this application. Can you remind members what we've done, Tracy, please?
Members have agreed to approve the application unconditionally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tracy. We go on to agenda item number 7, an application for the erection of dwelling house, garden room and formation of access at land adjacent to the Little Cottage, North Street, Money Ive. Application type is full planning permission. Reference number 20/2062/full. The recommendation is to approve subject conditions, and case officer is Carla Livingston. Carla, if you're with us again, will you take us through your presentation, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Next slide, please. The first slide shows the location of the application site, which is fronts onto North Street, and it's at the junction at North Street's junction with Park Road in the Moniaive Conservation Area. Next slide, please. The block plan shows the position of the proposed dwelling house at the front of the plot, with the little cottage to the north and Martyr to the south. The proposed street elevation at the bottom of the plan shows a variance of the dwelling types on the street. Next slide, please. This shows the proposed elevations and the site section of the application site. It shows the front elevation, which is a relatively simple, traditional design. The proposed external materials include a slate roof and white render to the front and timber cladding to the more modern rear wing. Next slide, please. This shows the proposed floor plans and the elevations and floor plan of the proposed garden room. Next slide, please. This is looking northwest along North Street. The application site is a grassed area that's bound by post and wire fencing. Next slide, please. This is looking into the application site. You can see the boundary with Little Cottage is marked by a mature hedge, and the boundary with Martyr is bound by a timber ranch style fencing. Next slide, please. This is a closer look at the boundary with Little Cottage. Next slide, please. And you can see the conservatory on the rear elevation of Little Cottage there with the hedge and the existing fence at Little Cottage. Next slide, please. This shows a closer look at the side elevation of the garage that serves Martyr. Next slide, please. This is looking southeast along North Street. Again, you can see the variance in dwelling, the house types and styles on this street. Next slide, please. This is a closer look at Wayside, which is a dwelling house that was cited in my report. It's 3 doors down from the application site, and it was cited in my report as being a larger dwelling house on the street. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. This shows Linwood and West Linwood, which are both dwelling houses that were cited in my report as having timber painted porches similar to what's proposed on the front elevation of the proposed dwelling house. I think that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Any questions for our case officer from members? Councillor McKee.
Just wondering about the gap either side, the houses either side. Are you quite comfortable with the gap that's left, Clara?
I think there's sufficient gap. If we can go back to the block plan, which I think was the second slide in my presentation. There, it is quite close to the boundary with the garage at Martyr there, but I think there's sufficient space for maintenance. There's only a small area that's overlapping. Sorry, the side elevation is close to the boundary. I see that. The primary reason I think for the dwelling house to be sited where it is because there's a water main that runs along it enters the plot to the north. Sorry, the northern side of the plot. You can see it says water main on the block plan there, and that's why the house is positioned as it is in the plot.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carla. Any other questions? Stephen, please.
Thanks, Chair. In 4.12 in the report, it's just a wee question. It mentions a directive, obviously subject to how we determine this, but I presume that would be included under any condition should we go forward with this application. It's just so it doesn't get lost in any decision. It mentions a directive rather than a condition. So,
Robert.
Thanks, Chair. I'm quite happy to clarify that point. A directive is an advisory statement within a decision notice that is issued, so it's different to a planning condition. But the idea would be that that would be a recommendation to the applicant to include a pedestrian refuge. So it wouldn't have the same status as a planning condition, but it would be something within the decision notice for advice.
Thanks for that, Stephen. Any other questions for the case officer?
Just on that, Chair, could you see that picture that Carla showed us of the siting of the house? Because surely, should there not be a pavement along the front of these houses?
Carla?
Maybe if we go back to a street scene and you can see the street. So if you can go forward. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Back one. You can see at the front of Martyr there's a small pavement, but further down it becomes, if you go to the next slide, please, actually. Next slide, next slide. Sorry, next slide. I think it's a few along. Next slide, next slide. This one, thank you. You can see here that there isn't a pavement as such, and for the most part, the gardens are bound directly to the road. There, it's like there's a direct link between the proposed dwelling houses and the road.
Thanks for that, Carla.
Sorry, for clarification, there is a pavement across the road from the site.
And if Councillor McKee is really concerned, we can talk about a condition if we get to the stage of thinking about approving this application. Are there any other questions for our case officer? Okay, we go to presentations or representations. We have 4. John Young, please.
Thanks, Chair. Carla, is there any need to plan for parking with brand new houses in this type of location? I know we have to normally consider 2 parking places. Is on-street parking just acceptable here?
Carla.
Thank you for your question. Yes, ordinarily, in most circumstances, we'd expect parking provision within an application site. In this instance, I asked the roads department were asked the question as to whether or not it's acceptable. And given the fact that the other dwellings on the street don't have on-street parking and the location of the site within the town, the roads officer was happy for the house to be for on-street parking to be for the proposed dwelling house to be served by on-street parking. That's what I'm trying to say. So the roads officer raised no objections to the proposal.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're on to representations now. We have 4 written representations. Tracy's got to be busy. 3 minutes only to each one, please, from Neil Gillis, then Angus McIver, Carol McIver, and Claire and Pablo Engel. Just when you're ready, Tracy, please.
Thanks, Chair. So Neil Giles. I offer this statement in support of my objection to this proposed development at North Street, Moniaive. While I accept that a development was always likely on this plot, I do have concerns regarding this particular proposal and therefore objections which I will summarise. Point 1, structurally integrity of my property. I have serious concerns about the proximity of the proposed building to my property. I am concerned that it will adversely affect my existing foundations. The siting of the proposed building is because there is a water main running the length of the plot. Point 2, access for maintenance of my property. The proposed location and proximity of this proposed house removes my ability and right to maintain my building property. This clear loss of amenity will make it impossible for me to replace roof slates, clear gutters, paint walls and ensure ground drainage, which I know from previous experience can cause problems. In my opinion, the distance between the buildings is grossly insufficient. Point 3, house design within a conservation area. In the Planning Department's Committee Report, background 1.3, It states that this application is for a single-storey dwelling house with attic accommodation. All previous applications, as far as I am aware, have been for 1.5-storey dwelling house. I do not understand how this has changed. Point 4, siting and design and impact on a conservation area. In the committee report 4.10, it states that Wayside, a 2-storey house built many years before Moniaive became a conservation area in 1975, is of a similar design and scale as the proposed dwelling house. I completely disagree with this assessment. This concludes my statement to the committee, and I respectfully request that you carefully consider these points as the basis of my objection. I am not opposed to development on the site, but in its present form and location, I suggest the application be rejected. Thank you for this opportunity to be heard. The next statement is from Angus McElvore. Having already made representation to the Planning Department re the above proposal in North Street, Moniaive, I now take this opportunity to make further comments on the proposed acceptance of this development. 1. Being built so close to the garage of Martyr, the foundations of the new build could affect the foundations and stability of the garage. Who then would accept responsibility for this? Would it be the council? 2. To compare this development with Wayside is imaginative in the extreme. I would prefer to see this dwelling constructed in a similar style as Wayside with same facade, as it would have some character. 3. To grant permission for a part timber-clad building to be erected in a conservation village, irrespective to whether or not it's visible from the road, I find totally unacceptable. Is this material suitable for the environment, bearing in mind the appearance of DG1? 4. I find it incredible that the only condition being placed for the approval of this proposal is the finish and colour of the proposed timber porch. In submission, if this construction does go ahead, then may I suggest that the condition and rules for the building conservation areas are torn up immediately. The next statement is from Carol McIver. Having already made representations to the Planning Department re the above proposal in North Street, Moniaive, I now take this opportunity to make further comment on the proposed acceptance of this development, citing comparisons with other dwellings in this vicinity as reasons for recommending the approval for construction in a conservation area, as these would be built prior to the Conservation Act. Furthermore, I take exception to the description of the proposed dwelling in paragraph 1.3 as a single-storey dwelling house with accommodation in the attic, a very loose description of what is in effect a 1.5-storey building. Words can be changed in a document, actual appearances of buildings cannot. Finally, I am extremely disappointed that the measured, well-considered and carefully researched objections put forward by myself and other residents of Moniaive have been rejected. It is disheartening that all this work has amounted to naught. Sadly, for future developments in Moniaive, it would appear that efforts such as these to maintain the character of the village will be in vain. I'll move on now to the applicant's statement, Chair.
Thanks, Tracy.
This is a written statement regarding our full planning application. Unfortunately, we received details of this procedure for submitting statements today, and therefore a request that this statement be read out. We would like to point out that the design and scale of our proposed dwelling was informed by relevant planning policy and guidance documents, an informal meeting with the Building and Heritage Officer, as well as formal pre-application advice. This was detailed in a comprehensive design and access statement as part of our application. We want to make the following comments for clarification. There is a Scottish water main running the entire length of the plot to the left-hand side, and they will not permit any parking or driveway within 3 metres of the mains. We want to make the following observation regarding the representations. We have received many verbal expressions of support from residents in the village, including residents of North Street. They are pleased that the plot is finally being developed and that we have already made improvements, as it has been an eyesore, having been used as a dumping ground for many years. As we will be residents of the village, we have always sought to be considerate neighbours and design a dwelling sympathetic to the village. 3.1. The Little Cottage, North Street, Moniaive, did not object to the latest submitted plans. 3.2. Martyr is south of the plot, and the proposed building would not be visible from anywhere in the house or the immediate patio area, as their own garage already blocks this view. No overshadowing because this plot is north of Martyr. In terms of scale and massing, we consider that the proposed dwelling enhances the special character and conservation status of North Street and Money Ive, with its mixture of small traditional cottages, grander detached houses and varied roofscapes. The neighbour has no right to access our land without our permission. Access was granted for him to carry out the work for planning application 20/2001/full. The proposed dwelling would not prevent him from carrying out maintenance with our permission, and as reasonable neighbours we will allow access. Scottish building regulations do not permit houses to be built with front doors which open straight onto the road, and leases its position 6 metres from the road. That's finished, Chair.
Thanks, Tracy. That was 3 statements from objectors and the applicant's statement as well. Having heard them, we will move on and go straight into session. Does any member have any observations or proposals they wish to put forward? If no, I'll take it that this is a unanimous agreement of the committee to support this application. Councillor McKee, do you have anything you want to say in relation to the footway?
Could the house be sited back slightly from the roadside?
Yes, so that's not what we're here for. We've got an application to determine today with the information presented to us. And I simply asked if you had any observation of the footway. If you don't like where it is, then you have the right to propose that we reject it and ask for an alternative application to be submitted. But we're not here to try and design for people. We have an application before us, and it's up to members whether or not they're happy to support that application. I'll leave you to reflect on that, Councillor McKee, because I've got Stephen Thompson, Jane Maitland, and it's Archie, Stephen and Jane in that order. So Archie, Councillor Dryburgh first, please, and I'll come back to you, Councillor McKee.
Thanks very much, Chair. And I was a bit taken aback by the reference to DG1. I wasn't expecting that one in any planning application coming forward. However, looking at the report in front of us and the officer's recommendations, I would propose that we go with the recommendation subject to the conditions in the report, Chair.
And that's set out in the report, Councillor Dryburgh, yes?
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Chair. I've got a wee sort of thing that I need to mull over in my mind before I'm comfortable with this, but would it be possible to go back to the slide where it showed it was like the front row of the houses along the street? And no, it was a drawing. No, it showed basically the frontage of that one there. Thank you. I think when I'm looking at that just as an illustrative guide, I'm looking at the kind of average roof line of the houses as it goes down the street. And obviously that house, the proposed development sits within what is now a gap, but it does clearly have a sort of degree of prominence because it sits out with the average line, if you like. Now, I think in my mind what I'm thinking is a bit like the Bacco Hill one, which we sort of saw first, is like, does that, I mean, it's a judgment there as to whether or not that maintains the sort of character of the development of that conservation area, if you like, in terms of the scale, massing, proportion, etc. So, and I think that's very much a value judgment. So I'd be interested to hear if other members have a view on that. Clearly, someone to sort of go forward with the recommendations, but that's the only thing that's sort of on my mind at the moment. So I think within the next few minutes I'll come to a decision, but it was really just to point that out, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. In that case, unless members object, we'll just leave that up so that members can you move it back to that one, please? Just so that members can reflect on what Stephen's trying to put forward. Councillor Maitland, please.
I'm grateful for Councillor Thompson having put that up, because I had the same problem when I was looking at this. That house will appear as a large lump in the middle of a line. detached as it is. And, you know, it's a lump how would I describe it? It's unrelieved in terms of its squareness by all the rest of them. We've got chimneys at either end, which in fact I think break up the effect of a lump of building. I'm sort of I'm dithering over this one as well. It's interesting. I don't think I could probably reasonably say I would refuse it on the basis that it doesn't have any chimneys, but I think it's very appropriate that the committee should really seriously consider in a conservation area that we get the best possible design. And I'm not absolutely convinced that that is there at the moment, but I'm happy to listen to other members.
I've got Councillor Driver coming back in, and other than that, I don't see any members wanting to speak. I suppose I'll check with Robert. Can we place a condition on a build that chimneys must be introduced to maintain the character of the area? And you've got Councillor McKee wondering about footways. As far as relocating the building, that would be simply a refusal and it have to come back to us. But could we also place a condition that we require a footway despite the fact that it's not part of the character of the area? So there are two questions for you, please, before we go on. And then I've got Councillor Driver and Councillor Martin wanting to speak.
Thanks, Chair. Looking at the first question about the condition, as members of the Planning Applications Committee, you can obviously impose any conditions as you see fit. The key tests are set out in Circular 4 of 1998, which is quite an old document now, but it still holds true. And there are 6 tests. You've got to be satisfied that the condition is necessary. It has to relate to planning. It has to relate to the planning application itself. It's got to be precise, reasonable and enforceable as well. So if you feel that you can impose a condition that's necessary in this circumstance because you feel it's an architectural matter of detailing that you feel lifts the development such that it becomes acceptable where it would otherwise be unacceptable, my advice would be to impose that condition as a committee. It's not recommended in the report because our view was it's acceptable as it is, but if you feel as a committee you would like that condition, then yes, such conditions have been used in the past. Moving on to the second item, which is about the footpath, we did receive an updated response from the Council's Roads Planning Team Leader. I was just looking at the background to this on the file, and this is published online. So that dates, I think it was August 2021. Sorry, Chair, bear with me. I'll just pull it up just now. It was, yes, 9th of August 2021, and that was in relation to the revised proposal. What their view is that North Street's a road which is restricted in nature. They didn't want an in and out access to the plot to be encouraged. So what you're looking at here is you're looking at 2 length-on car parking spaces along the frontage of the site. So those would be in hard surface materials, but there wouldn't be a footpath as such along the frontage of the site to the public road there. That was the kind of solution that was suggested, and again you've got the recommendation by directive of a pedestrian refuge as well, so they eventually had no objections to the proposal. Could you impose a condition requiring a public footpath along the frontage of that site? Again, yes, it's within your gift as a committee to do so, as long as you feel it's reasonable and necessary to do so.
Thank you, Robert. With these 2 helpful responses, I have Councillor Driver, who's already made a proposal, so maybe I should best wait and come back to you last, Councillor Driver. I'll go to Councillor Martin first with your approval and then come back to you, Councillor Driver.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. It's just on the, as I say, the lack of chimneys, as I say. Well, why do we really need chimneys nowadays when we've got a climate emergency? But as I say, as you go along that line drawing of the houses along the bottom, the most prominent house to me, the prominent building to me, is the one on the left. So as I say, I don't see any problem with this. So I would second Councillor Driver.
Thanks very much, Councillor Martin. We've got Councillor Driver and then Councillor Thompson coming in. So Councillor Driver, please.
So thanks very much, Chair. And I was just about to say the same as Councillor Martin did with that house on the left of the diagram that's in front of us at the moment. I think we have to be really careful here about what we're trying to say as a planning applications committee. We've got planning applications in front of us, and we don't want to be changing these applications because the applicant may decide that it's not part of his or her application coming forward. I understand that, you know, if there's refuge for pedestrians, that's great, and I'm happy with the report going forward, because most of the houses are either sort of shingles or pebbles heading out to the road itself, and I think it would look out of place if we did put a path in that particular area. So I'll go with what I had originally said, Chair, and propose, and thanks to John Martin for seconding that proposal.
Thank you. I've got Stephen Thompson. Stephen, please.
Yeah, thanks again, Chair. And just that few extra minutes allowing those thoughts to percolate about the OP2 considerations there about the line. I think it's, I think given what we're being asked to do here, while it's noticeable, I don't think it's sufficient to to sort of to not allow the development to go ahead. So I'd be happy to support. Thank you.
Very kind. Last word to Councillor McKee.
Thanks, Chair. No, just looking at that drawing, there's about 3 or 4 different heights for the houses that's in there, no counting the application. So just to knock it back on the height of it, I don't think would be appropriate. But I think we are where we are, and they're building in a village that has been there for a long, long time, and it's got to be built in a mixed way what's already there. It's no case of putting a fancy mansion in and being surrounded with wee cottages, so I'm quite happy to go with the application.
And you're content with the advice you got about the footway? Thank you. I've got Councillor Maitland, the last speaker, and then we'll hopefully determine this.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I don't agree with members. I think it would be vastly improved if the roofline was adorned with chimneys in a conservation area. But I can see when I'm defeated, so I'll accept the general will of the committee. But it's a kind of shot across the bows for officers to really think hard about whether or not you should relieve a large lump of building. It's a very undistinguished design. And I think we should up our game. Every time we try, we should up our game. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Maitland. In that case, it would appear, after a considerable length of time, we've arrived at a consensus, and that the application is to be approved as per the officer's recommendations, and unless I hear anything to the contrary, I'll ask the Governance Officer to confirm our decision. Tracy, can you confirm the decision of the committee, please?
Thanks, Chair. Members have agreed to approve the application subject to the condition and the directive to be included within the decision notice.
Thank you very much, Tracy. We go into agenda item number 8, an application for the erection of dwelling house information of access and car parking at land adjoining Pinehurst, Tongland, Kirkcudbright. The application is a full application, reference number 20/1625/full. The recommendation is to approve subject conditions in the case officer Judith Turnbull. So Robert will be taking us through Judith's presentation, and I'm sure he'll be happy to answer any questions we might have. Robert, when you're ready, please.
Thank you, Chair. Again, Judith sends her apologies. She has also sent me a script through, which is very helpful because her knowledge of the site is far greater than my own. So I'm going to follow that script during this presentation, just for the avoidance of doubt. So looking at the first slide we have today, this is the location plan. So the application site you can see is outlined in red. It's located within a designated small building group within the present local development plan, which is LDP2. It's about 1.5 kilometres to the north-east of Kirkcudbright, as members are aware, because you pass through it on the main road. The next slide shows the existing site plan. So you have the A7111 on the left-hand side here, and then you have the U44S public road, which branches from that. It's known as Monk's Way as well. You can see the application site in red there, and members may recall the application at the Fish House, which is outlined in blue as within the same control of the applicant on the right-hand side of this drawing. So the application site is situated to the south of the dwelling house known as Pinehurst, which you can see at the top of that slide, and adjacent to a track which links to the U44S public road. So that is winding round Pinehurst and comes out onto the A711. Moving on from that, you've got the existing block plan and sections. So there is a previous permission for the site from 2011, and the details of that are summarised in the report. And clearing and excavation works have taken place, as we'll see in the pictures coming up, as well as the installation of a biodisc sewage treatment facility, which is just to the right of the centre of the site. You can also see the Fish House dwelling house, which is a recently completed conversion with extension on the opposite side of the track. I should mention there's a track here which links, I made reference to the one which goes past Pinehurst, but the main access proposed here is at the bottom of the red area, and it links to the bottom of the U44S public road, but we'll see that in the slides as well. So moving to the proposed site plan, or proposed block plan even, which is the next one, the dwelling house would be the broadly rectangular shaped building. It would be located on an excavated and retained area of the site. So it's like a platform with the principal elevation facing the track that I just mentioned, and the associated parking and turning area adjacent to it, just to the right-hand side as you look at this slide. The parking arrangement for the Fish House has changed as a result of the location of the biodisc system, and the Council Roads Planning Team Leader is satisfied with the arrangement as is shown here. So moving on to the next set of drawings, you've got the proposed elevations, floor plan, roof plan and sections. So it's a fairly modestly proportioned dwelling house. It's single storey, it has a small porch as well. The proposed finishes would be untreated timber cladding and natural stone in the feature panel to the external walls, which you can see in front of you, and black corrugated sheeting to the roof. But the windows and doors proposed would be black coloured UPVC. In terms of excavation, a small further section of excavation would be required at the northwest corner of this dwelling house adjacent to the parking area proposed. But apart from that, no additional excavation would be required. So the next slide is showing the proposed extent of curtilages. Now the Fish House curtilage, which you can see proposed in orange here, has recently, it's been advertised for sale, that property, and part of the application site is included in that sale. So there's just clarification of the land division being requested, and this drawing shows the split of the land with joint responsibility for the sewage treatment system. So moving on to the next slide, you have the view from the public road. So that's from the U44S public road with the application site on the left-hand side. The Fish House, you can see just beyond, has the estate agent's sign at the end of that track that you can see in the distance. And the track beyond that links, it wraps around Pinehurst itself and links to the A711. So moving on from that slide, this is a view north over the application site showing the relationship to the Fish House. The next slide is looking in the opposite direction from the Fish House towards the application site. And you can see the other existing dwelling house in Tungland beyond that. The next slide is showing the old ice house feature, which is of historic interest, and that is further within the application site, kind of towards the north compared with where the dwelling house is proposed. The next slide shows the wastewater treatment area. So that was the biodisc system area that I had talked about earlier within the presentation. And moving on from that, you've got a view from the top of the application site. So the actual location of the house would be at the lower level here, and the case officers indicated the broad location there with the red arrows. You can see how that relates to existing traditional properties within Tungland And you've got that bottom area at the bottom of the U44S, that kind of rectangular area in tarmac, which sits just next to the site. So moving on from that, you've just got several examples of other dwelling houses in the vicinity of the application site, just as a reference point. And moving on, I was going to say, I think that was the last slide. The recommendation in front of you is to grant planning permission subject to the conditions listed. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Robert. Members for the case officer. If there are none at this stage, we have... Oh, Jane Maitland, please.
A couple of questions, please, for the officer chairman. It's to do with the ownership, and I'm not exactly clear about why the council asks for information about ownership, and then when being advised by that in fact the applicant perhaps doesn't have ownership, doesn't seem to take any interest in that. Can you explain why we ask the question if we're not then going to follow up and it affects the planning permission? I'm just not totally understanding about this, and I think it's something that the community council is concerned about too.
Jane, thanks. I'll get Robert to answer that, but I'm sure you and I both know I could apply to build a house in your garden and get permission. You simply wouldn't allow it because I don't have ownership of the land. So it's a civil matter, I would argue, whether or no the land is in any one individual's ownership. We're here to determine the planning aspect of it, and the legal ownership and right to construct would rest somewhere else. But David, can you, Robert, sorry, can you help Councillor Maitland, please?
Yeah, quite happy to do so, Chair. It relates to Regulation 15 of the Town and Country Planning Development Management Procedure Scotland Regulations of 2013, and I don't carry that around in my head, but I can see from looking at the planning application form that the applicant has submitted a certificate under that part of the Act, which is why I can read it out so easily, and he's declared that he owns all of the land to which the planning application relates. Now that is significant because further in the same application form it says that they are certifying that they do so in the understanding that if they willingly provide false or misleading information in that regard, they can be liable on prosecution to a fine, and that's obviously a matter for the Procurator Fiscal. In relation to a planning application, from a practical perspective, you want to check that the applicant owns all of the application site, or has made the declaration rather that they own all of the application site, because we never check it. We go on the basis of the declaration that's made. What that then does, if say an applicant doesn't own an application site, for example, the Chair's example that he applies for a house in Councillor Maitland's garden, he then has to give owner notification to Councillor Maitland and any other party who's got an interest in that land. So that could include another part owner or a tenant or someone else who's got a lease on the land. So it's basically a safeguard to check that the relevant people have been notified. So, you know, in the event that someone else owns the application site, you need to give the interested parties no owner or tenant or agricultural tenant notification. So it's a legal requirement when you make the application. When it comes to determining cases, land ownership is relevant insofar as obviously you can't implement something unless you've got the landowner's agreement or you have control over the site as well. But again, that's a civil law matter rather than a planning law matter. I don't know if that answers the question, Chair.
I think that's very helpful, Robert. I don't know whether Jane wants to come back or no, but the only question I would have is, if we approve an application and it later comes to light that we've approved an application that some of the land is not in the ownership of the person who made the application, will the council be held liable, or does the information provided exonerate the council from responsibility if we grant application when we shouldn't have done so given they don't own the land? If you follow what I'm trying to ask you.
Chair, it's the responsibility of the person that makes the certificate, and like I say, I can confirm in this case that the applicant's agent has certified that the applicant owns all of the land to which the planning application relates. If that turns out to be deliberately false or misleading, then they can be prosecuted for providing false information. But it's not a liability of the council. The onus is on the applicant to provide the appropriate certification to say that.
Thanks very much, Robert. Councillor Maitland.
Thank you, Chairman. Your supplementary question got to the bottom of it. That's what I really needed to know. Why do we ask if we don't actually bother to chase up? But thank you. You've got to the bottom of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Maitland. Any other questions at this stage for our case officer? In that case, we have 4 representatives. We have Anthony and Robert Daw. No. Anthony Roberts and Sarah Daw, who are speaking to us via Microsoft Teams. We have Mr and Mrs Kay Warren, an objector, who will have a statement read out. We have Donald Henry, Tongland and Ringford Community Council, who will speak to us via Microsoft Teams, and then a statement from the agent, Andrew Clatt, from Robert Potter and Partners. So, if we have are Anthony Roberts and Sarah Daw with us, please?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, indeed. Thank you. Thanks for joining us. You will have a 3-minute window to present your objection. I will remind you with 30 seconds to go to bring your presentation to a conclusion. And if you'd be kind enough to wait in case members have a question for either of you, I'd be grateful. So it's 3 minutes between you. And just whenever you're ready, you can start. Thank you.
Your first slide, please. This is the land registry plan. This is the land registry plan showing Pinehurst, outlined in red, which is my home. The orange area is the applicant's site. Boundaries A and B is a steep slope down. The boundary A to E is a beech hedge. At E, there is a large protected beech tree. Next slide. This is a view, see boundary beech A to E and sycamore tree above the greenhouse. Next slide. This view is of my garden showing the large trees along the boundary AE, including the European larch, which is over 280 years old and home of red squirrels. For reference, look at the empty pot on the left of the table. Next slide. You can see the pot in the bottom right corner of the picture. In the vegetation, there is a plastic compost bag. This is on top of my septic tank, very close to the hedge. Next slide. This is the other side of the beech hedge at the side of the large sycamore tree. Next slide. This is a view of the end of the plot with the sycamore tree being slightly obscured by the lamppost. Next slide. Here you can see clearly the raised area approximately 4 foot high. This was installed without planning consent. Next slide. This shows the state of the start of the slope from the raised area. Note the combination of soil and shale, very loose and easily eroded. Next slide. Close up of the surface. Next slide. This is a fallen tree opposite the power station further down the riverbank. Note the root ball in the middle of the picture. Next slide. Notice the shale intermingled with the root system. On taking advice, I have been told the rock formation is called grey wacky, which is commonly known as Pullman sandstone. This was formed millions of years ago on the seabed and is made up of compressed sand, which has a brittle construction, and left to the elements will erode away quickly. Next slide. Note the similarity of the structure of the shale on the slope. This is not a solid stone structure. To cut away this slope in the hope of finding a rock face is dangerous to my property above and could cause landslip. Any excavation could undermine the tree's ability to survive as they are so close to the slope edge. This could irrevocably damage my garden. Next slide.
You have 30 seconds to go, sir.
This is the protected beech tree at point E on the plan. Note its canopy. Roots of a tree spread as far as the canopy above. Any destruction of this slope could effectively kill the tree. Next. This is the view of the sycamore tree again. Note where the developers excavated the surface without planning consent. Next slide. Note, in just a few months, the growth of vegetation on the excavated slope. My septic tank is just right of the fir tree in the centre of the image. Next slide.
Can you draw your presentation to a conclusion, please? We've gone beyond our 3 minutes.
Okay, that will do. Fine, yeah. That's a view of my house. And that's my view from my house again. Okay, finished. That'll do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. Do any members have any questions for Mr. Rogers? Or Roberts, sorry. Councillor Maitland, no? The previous one, okay. John Young, please.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. That's very interesting. I know this location very well. I have walked down Monk's Road, and I've not noticed any firm rock bases in that area. Do you hit any rock when you are digging in your garden at all, or is it all just that sandy soil you talked about?
Still there, Mr. Roberts?
Chairman, this is
You can't hear us, Mr. Roberts. You're muted, are you?
No. Hello? Chairman, may I come in? This is Donald Henry, Chair of the Community Council. There seems to be a technical problem with Mr. Roberts being able to answer the question. As a resident here, I can confirm that there isn't a lot of rock in that area up at his soil level. It's where the pipeline has been excavated previously.
Thanks for that, Mr. Henry. Okay. It seems aye. Although we might have exhausted the questions in any case. Are there any other questions for Mr. Roberts? In that case. Mr. Roberts, thank you. I'm sorry technical issues finished up your presentation maybe marginally quicker than they should have, but thank you for being here today and thanks for your presentation. Thank you. Thank you. The next objector is Mr. and Mrs. K. Warren. It's a statement to be read out by our governance officer. Tracy, again, just 3 minutes, please, when you're ready.
We wish to register our objections to the above. The narrow land U44S is a cul-de-sac, the only vehicle access to the proposed building site and 11 houses. The lane is just wide enough for a pedestrian and passing car with very little room between. Lorries and other heavy vehicles are an extreme hazard and have already caused much damage to the road and stone walls. To construct another house, have more vehicles using the land and to be overlooked by an elevated property is totally unacceptable to us. It is important that the turning area at the bottom of the U44S is kept clear so that bin lorries can do their job and turn round. It is also important the right-of-way is clear of vehicles from the fish house and the proposed new build, so that was once a beautiful wooden and grassed area can at least still be used as right-of-way by the many walkers who have used this path for years. To destroy this area further, it is now proposed to build what appears to be a wooden chalet with a back corrugated sheeting roof. The proposed building is not at all in keeping with the old mill buildings at Riverside, the roofs of which are slated. We sincerely hope that you will take our concerns into account on this occasion and ensure that if another new build has to go ahead, it can at least be sympathetic to the beautiful surroundings.
Thanks very much, Tracy. That was an objection from Mr. and Mrs. K. Warren. We now come to Donald Henry. Donald is a representative of the Tongland Ringford Community Council, Consul T and objector. Donald, if you're with us, you will have 3 minutes to make a presentation. I will remind you with 30 seconds to go to bring a presentation to a conclusion. And if you'd be kind enough to wait in case members have questions for you, I'd be grateful. So, Donald, just whenever you're ready, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Slide 1, please. We fear the identity of Galloway's Runnymede is in danger of being lost. The archaeologist has, I quote, concerns about the extent of new landscaping alterations and a modern drive which redefines view lines, making new dwellings the focus rather than the historic pathway. This contests item 410 because boulders imported to the detriment of siting create an elevated plinth constructed without permission that aren't a natural feature claimed by the agent. Slide 2, please. Position compromises privacy because the aerial outlook from all 3 windows provides a vantage into the neighbour's garden beneath. The agent submitted a late drawing of the ice house being sold with the fish house, once again shuffling boundaries like a deck of cards. We question the competence of imposing conditions on ice house pointing and gate, which are already subject to an accepted offer for the fish house because they are at a distance from the real plot. Developer at plot A requires conditions to be imposed on resident of plot B. That can't be right, surely. Slide 3, please. Condition 6 cannot be satisfied due to false land ownership declaration. Forewarned, you must question whether it is competent to proceed because difference with land registry title misinforms roads, which wrongly identify the U44 as private, and means it's not possible to enter and exit the real site in forward gears. Residents above are worried about rock excavation required below their garden just to create the parking spaces where turning area in the path is not owned by the applicant. The red outline is false. The report refers to the relevance of the fish house refusal in 2017 due to poor quality design. Presently, 32 homes lie within the speed signs. The housing group is not strictly policy H3 because proposal is not for agriculture, and this will be the 13th house taking access from the U44, far greater than the 3-house lower limit of the H3 policy. It's not a replacement of renovation of existing structure, so design must also refer to policy H2 for villages. Missing at 4.8, the new build proposes entire porch walls and roof in black corrugated cladding at the exposed gable with only a token stone buttress. Residents object to material incompatible with established slate, which does not respect existing character and form, which is a policy H2 material consideration. In former woodland, there is now the continuous electromechanical noise from the septic tank. Trees here were once subject to protection by condition, which the applicant clear-felled. We're with Greta Thunberg on this one. It is hypocrisy to protest Amazon deforestation and ignore the principles of our own climate emergency declaration.
You have 30 seconds to go, Donald.
Thank you. The applicant has the history of breaching permission and water margins, fails to comply with boundary title conditions, causes damage to walls and drainage without attending to repair. We call for restoration of the landscape because construction to date was unauthorised. We might welcome a new application with parking access to the left of the phone pole, moving the house towards the septic tank using slate and stone like the fish house. Thank you very much.
So that's bang on 3 minutes. Thank you very much for being so concise. Questions for Donald Henry from members, please? Member Donald's representing the Community Council. It seems there are none, Donald. So thank you very much for being present today and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Oh, if you don't go, please. I've just had a late request from Councillor Maitland. Jane Maitland, please.
Sorry, thanks. I was fumbling with my keyboard. Chairman, if I could ask Mr. Henry about the issue of the tree preservation order. I seem to remember that in a previous application, the tree at the southwest, that beech tree, which I'm pretty sure was described as a magnificent tree by the council's landscape architect. I'm not absolutely certain about the level of condition and that was put on that. Does the Community Council remember what the situation was with respect to that beech tree?
Yes, I can confirm my understanding that it does have a tree preservation order on it. Unfortunately, tree felling, when the site was clear felled, limbs were taken off that tree up one side of it. Most regrettable that was allowed to happen. That's my understanding of the tree situation. I'm not so certain about whether there's a continuation of tree preservation orders on any others on that boundary. And I must say the photographs that came from Mr. Roberts illustrated them far better than I could have done with my camera. He has identified quite a few along that line that continues from the beech tree at the bottom left corner of the site. There's no contest on the boundary along that line. Your red line plan that Mr. Duncan introduced at the very start, it would have, the beech tree would have been at the furthest left corner of that red line plan. There's no issue about that boundary on the top of the red line. The boundary issue is at the bottom, so the beech tree is not affected by the areas where we do have issues with the red line.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jane. If there are no other questions, thank you very much, Mr. Henry, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
We now have the agent's representation. It's Andrew Clark from Robert Potter and Partners, and Tracy will read that out, please. 3 minutes again, Tracy, please.
Thanks, Chair. It's a statement on behalf of the applicant. I provide the following as a short statement to the Planning Committee. This focuses on material planning considerations as required for such a statement and as matters the committee required to take into account for making a decision. The site was originally purchased 14 years ago with outline planning permission. I then obtained planning permission for the detailed design of a proposed house on the site. This application seeks to change the design of the house to that previously approved for the site. The site is located within an established small buildings group. It is accepted that the principle of a house in this location is in accordance with LDP2 policy as set out in the committee report and as relative of the previous permissions associated with the site. The application site remains as the originally submitted and approved applications relating to the site, the only alteration being the design of the proposed house. The original approved house was a substantial and large two-storey house. The change of design now proposed provides a much smaller single-storey house of modest proportions. This is more in keeping to the existing area, providing minimal impact on residential amenity with no overlooking or loss of privacy issues. The reduced scale of the house had a lesser impact on the built environment and is more related to the size, topography and landscaping and is therefore a much improved proposal. The proposed house is intended with natural and traditional materials which are appropriately unfitting for the setting and communal and rural use and common in rural use. The use of these materials combined with the scale of the house makes for a small pavilion type building which along with the recently completed fish house provides a complementary and appealing setting for the two houses which relate well and create a sense of place entirely in accordance with LDP2. Indeed, the fish house demonstrates from the attached photo for the benefit of the committee of the quality of design we have achieved, which has this development which has been carried out entirely with a local workforce ensuring job security and economic development in the area over a turbulent time last year. I therefore request the committee to approve the application as recommended in the committee report.
Thank you, Tracy. So we've heard from the objector and from the agent. We're now in session, members. If there are no members looking to make a proposal, I take it that this application will be approved subject to conditions as set out in the committee report. Councillor Dryborough.
Thanks very much, Chair. I think there may be a wee bit of a delay between Annan and Dumfries when it comes to putting in the speak side of things. I do have some concerns about this, Chair, and I'm just wondering if, looking at the photographs and the photographs of the both the developer and the objectors, it's not clear to me yet about the size of the plot and the work that's already been done. So therefore, I would propose that the committee has a site visit to get that clarity on this, and obviously that's part of the process as we go forward.
Thanks for that, Councillor Driver. That stops the debate. We have a motion for a site visit. Councillor John Young.
Councillor Driver just beat me to it. I was actually going to propose a site visit as well, because it is a very interesting site. It's got steep slopes, and it's a very historic area. And I think the committee would get a much better insight into this into the physical layout of this site by a site visit. So I'm very happy to support Councillor Driver.
Thanks for that. Any alternative views? In that case, the committee is deemed to hold a site visit. This will be held whenever officers are able to convene. I take it Judith will be the host, hopefully, Robert?
Chair, yes, I would anticipate that Judith Turnbull and myself will be in attendance.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes this debate. Jane Diddo. Jane Maitland, please.
No, nothing to add at this stage.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes that particular agenda item. We move on to agenda item number 9. Pardon? It's 12:30, Councillor McKean. I thought we would get rid of 2 speaking applications, and that would leave the item 16 to commence with after lunch. It was hopefully it'll not take us that particularly long to do the next 2. Unless you're anxious that we stop now.
Continue.
Okay, we'll go on for the next 2 items and then we'll have a recess. Agenda item number 9. An application for alterations to convert outbuilding into residential annex at Wamfrey Primary School, Moffat. It's a full application, reference number 21/0872/full. The recommendation is to approve subject to conditions, and the case officer is Beth Halliday. But I take it, Robert, you're... No, is Beth with us? Oh, right, okay. Beth, my apologies. If you're there, please just take us through your presentation when you're ready.
That's lovely. Thank you, Chair. This application is for alterations to convert an outbuilding into a residential annex. It is before you today as there are 6 separate individual and timeously received objections on material grounds. And I'll now go through the presentation. So the next slide, please. This is the location plan. It is approximately 1 mile north of Newton Wamfrey. It's the former Wamfrey Primary School, and it's adjacent to the C99A road. Next slide, please. This location plan is just showing its location in relation to the Dundoran View dwellings directly to the north, and drives a Wamfrey Gate farm to the northeast. Next slide, please. This is the site plan showing in the grey the school part of it, and then the red is the outbuilding that is the subject of this application. And in the lighter colour to the south of that, you can see the adjacent schoolhouse building. Next slide, please. So this is the existing floor plan. The outbuilding in question that is the subject of this proposal is currently used as a storage outbuilding. Next slide, please. And this is the proposed floor plan, where they are proposing no change in footprint, but they are proposing the changes internally to become a bedroom, a living room and a toilet area. Next slide, please. This is existing and proposed elevations, which is showing externally some changes to some of the openings. So, for example, in the west elevation, which faces onto the schoolhouse's garden, those 3 windows, that's on the top left of the slide, are to be blocked up. And then in the existing north elevation, that is proposed to be changed to another, just a similar style of window. To the east elevation, which faces into the older school building, which is now a dwelling house building, there are changes to the door and window openings. The small window to the left is to be blocked up, and then there's new double doors to be proposed in between the 2 existing doors as it is at the moment, and the left-hand door would become a window. And then in the south elevation, that window is to be blocked up. Next slide, please. This is showing the window and door details as it is a listed building. Next slide, please. And again, the window details of the one that's to be replaced in the north elevation. Next slide, please. So this is just an overall of showing the C99A road. You can see the majority of the former school with some of the outbuildings, toilets, etc. And you can get a glimpse of the schoolhouse building just to the right of that. Next slide, please. And again, just a little bit closer and just showing the overall view of the site of the old school. Next slide, please. And this is the outbuilding in question. You can see with the coins that the building to the rear of that is the schoolhouse, and then the building that we're talking about. And that window that I'm showing, that's showing in the gable end, is to the north, and that's the one that's to be replaced. And the 3 windows that you can see in the west elevation are the ones that are to be blocked up. Next slide, please. And this is the east elevation looking in towards the former school buildings. So you can see the hedge on the left-hand side. There is a little window in near a drop pipe, and that's to be blocked up. And then that left-hand side door is to become a window. The right-hand side door is to be refurbished. And in the part where you can see there's been brickwork and there's been some changes at some point, is where the double doors are proposed for. Next slide, please. And this is showing, again, you can see the outbuilding on the right-hand side and the rear of the schoolhouse building, which is directly adjacent. And the lean-to extension to the rear of the schoolhouse is a kitchen. Next slide, please. And again, just another view showing a little bit nearer to the 3 windows that overlook the schoolhouse's garden on the west side. Next slide, please. And this is an internal space edge of the outbuilding. Next slide, please. Thank you. The application is recommended for approval with conditions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Beth. Questions for the case officer members at this time? We'll progress in the hope that the time lag's not too long for our running member. We come then to the objectors. We have 2. We have Peter Glanton and Rachel Glanton. They've both submitted statements to be read out. So, Tracy, can you read out the statements, please?
First statement is from Peter Glanton. My wife and I are the owners and occupiers of the schoolhouse Dumfries and would ask that the Planning Applications Committee consider the following concerns with regard to the proposed alterations to the outbuilding into residential annex located at Dumfries Primary School. The south-facing wall of the outbuilding is only 4 feet from the rear wall of the main living quarters of our listed building, and we would ask that if this development is approved, this south-facing wall should be sound insulated. We would like to be assured that if the development is approved, the residential annex will never be used for commercial purposes such as renting or Airbnb. We consider the proposed French doors to be out of character with the adjacent and neighbouring buildings and would ask that they be replaced by a door more in keeping with those buildings. Furthermore, the proposed French doors are, in our opinion, contrary to the spirit of the Moffat Conservation Area Character Appraisal and Management Plan. Thank you for the opportunity to present these concerns. And the next statement is from Rachel Glanton. I live at the schoolhouse Dumfries with my parents, Peter and Denise Glanton, and my daughter. Having read the available documents, I am pleased to know that the annex cannot be separate dwelling houses and cannot be used for commercial use. However, the annex is incredibly close to our main living quarter areas, the sitting room and study, the window of which looks directly out at the outhouse. As such, I ask for consideration of soundproofing measures to protect our peace, quiet and privacy. Furthermore, I do not believe that the proposed French doors are in any way fitting with the character, age or appearance of the listed school building, nor our listed building. Given there is already access, these would be purely cosmetic, therefore an unnecessary feature. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard.
Thank you, Tracy. As the members have heard both of these representations. We're now in session, members. Without any... Oh, Stephen Thompson, please.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, there is a bit of a time lag between finishing reading and typing speak into the thing, so grateful for your allowing a bit of time there. Just that I think the conditions as they are in the report satisfy some of the concerns that have been raised. I think the only question I would have really is around this idea of the soundproofing. I'm not sure what scope we have really to take action on that, or if it's reasonable to do so. I know they've sort of said there's a distance between the two dwellings, but I think I'm not sure on the depth of the wall. I don't know if we've got an additional comment on that just before we go forward, if that's possible.
I'm sure Robert can help. Our environmental standards staff would deal with the public nuisance or excessive noise, but I don't know whether you can help Stephen with his inquiry or no, David. Robert, my goodness.
4.8 of the report on page 85, noise is considered. I mean, certainly if you're looking at two identical land uses, dwelling house and dwelling house, located near each other, you wouldn't normally expect there to be any land use conflict there, so you wouldn't take any preventative measures. As the Chair's pointed out, if there was unexpected noise, nuisance or conflict between the properties on that basis, then environmental health officers could take action under their own legislation. But it's not something we anticipate when you're looking at houses, even in very close proximity or terraced. We're not expecting any land use conflict there.
No, that's fine, and there's appropriate mechanism to deal with any concerns like that, so I'm happy to move the recommendation to go with the application.
Thanks very much, Stephen. And with no other members looking to speak, it's unanimous decision to... Oh, Councillor McKee.
Sorry, Chair. It's just that they're on about the single interconnected residential planning unit, but it can't be used for holiday accommodation and things like that. That's contrary to what one of those letters said, is it not?
Robert?
It's to clarify the terms of the planning permission, so the annex is related to the existing dwelling house. It's not an additional dwelling house, it's not an additional piece of accommodation that can be sold or leased or otherwise disposed of separately. So it's akin to having a ancillary building within a garden area. It's got to relate to the dwelling house. It's part of that dwelling house. It's effectively additional accommodation for the dwelling house rather than a separate dwelling house itself, if that makes sense.
Thanks, Councillor McKee. Okay, Stephen?
Yeah, just on that point, and I thought that condition tried to address that concern, but I'm conscious that we are sort of looking at things called short-term lets. I'm not sure if would that be covered by what's set out there in that condition, and is that something we could strengthen, or do we need to? Thank you.
We normally apply conditions that are enforceable, reasonable and fair. Robert?
It's a fairly standard kind of domestic annex type condition. It's the kind of thing we would routinely use in cases like this. It does prevent it being sold, leased or otherwise disposed of. So I would take the view that, otherwise disposed of would include a short-term let, for example.
And it may be, and it's no for us to judge, Auntie Jeannie comes last week and Brother Robert comes next week. If they're family members, it's part of the construction, the single construction or the overall footprint of the single dwelling, so that would be perfectly acceptable. But maybe you better tell me if I'm not right in that, Robert.
Yes, the difficulty arises where it's not being used as part of the same interconnected residential planning unit, which would arise. Yeah.
So I think what we're saying there is it's domestic, it's not a business, and that it's, yeah, so all that would cover those concerns.
Yeah, I think that's right, and I think it was a separate planning application altogether if they were looking to use that for letting purposes, and there'd be other legislation brought into play as well. That be right, Robert?
No, that's correct, Chair. We have had applications, for example, for holiday accommodation units within garden areas of dwelling houses this year in certain locations, and it's dealt with differently. This is a residential annex, and the conditions is just to clarify the extent of the planning permission, basically, if members are minded to grant.
Thanks, Stephen. Okay then, members, it seems that we're still content to approve this recommendation or approve this application subject to conditions. Tracy, can you just confirm the decision of members, please?
Yes, Chair. Members have approved the application subject to the conditions detailed in the report.
Thank you, Tracy. Moving on to agenda item number 10, an application for the erection of a fence retrospective at 18 Vendas Wynd or Vendas Wynd, Lochmaben. Full application, reference number 21/0746/full. Recommendations approved subject to conditions. And Beth Halliday, Beth's wishes again. So Beth, if you can take us through your presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. This application is for the retrospective erection of a fence. It is before you today as there are more than 6 separate individual and timelessly received objections on material grounds. And I will now go through the presentation. This is a location plan. It is situated in Vendas Wynd in Lochmaben, a relatively new area of building. And the next slide, please. And again, the location plan, next slide, please. And then the block plan, it's showing the extent in green. It's maybe not very easy to see on just because of the scale of the drawing, but it's basically between the property 18, which is the application site, and its neighbour 19, who share the drive, and then property 20 to the north of that. Next slide, please. This is showing the fence elevation, where it's a wooden slatted fence, 1.8 metres in height, dropping down to 1.2 metres in height, nearest to the footway. Next slide, please. So this is taken within the garden at number 18, showing obviously in this place the 1.8, and you can just see it tapering down. Next slide, please. And again, just another view. You can just see to the left hand of the picture with the drop pipe is the property number 20. Next slide, please. And again, just showing you nearer to the footway and the road where the fence is dropped down and showing the change in height. Next slide, please. And a longer view, just looking at it so you can see the entrance into 18 and 19, and then number 20 to the right hand side of that. Next slide, please. And again, showing the longer view of the fence and showing the shared driveway. Next slide, please. This is showing a fence in the area which is of the same materials and roughly the same height. And you can actually see the fence in question just to the rear of the picture. Next slide, please. And again, just showing another fence in the Vendas area of, again, similar materials and height. Next slide, please. Thank you. The application is recommended for approval with a condition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Beth. Members, any questions for the case officer? Councillor Maitland, followed by Councillor Thompson, please.
Thanks, Chairman. I would just like to ask the officer about our policies with respect to boundary treatments. I do think there is confusion out there as to what is acceptable and what isn't, and what is allowed under our policies. And it's not absolutely obvious from the report whether there are any at all. Maybe you could help me.
Beth?
Thank you, Councillor Maitland. Yes, I mean, we are, as we do with all applications, we are looking at it on an individual case-by-case basis. And in this instance, we're looking at what is round about and also, you know, in the maybe not immediate area, but certainly within the area, in this case of the Vendus area, and whether we feel that the materials and the heights and design of it is appropriate. And in this instance, my consideration was that it was.
Thanks, Jane. Stephen Thompson, please.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think this is probably captured in the condition, but I think obviously it's retrospective, and one of the things is about the road safety element, which is sort of touched on in the report, to drop it down to 1 metre, even though I take it this is just because the fence goes up to the road edge and could be a visibility issue. And the second thing is, it is a kind of an odd, or you're kind of off Vendus Wine, so I see that the fence sort of serves the kind of driveway which is private between a number of properties, so maybe that's why it needs to be considered of its own merits, if you like, because obviously there are a few, I'm familiar with the area, and there are a few similar type fences, but obviously this driveway comes off the actual road, so it is shared. So I'm just wondering if there's any comments on that, particularly about the road safety.
Beth, I take it you'll have consulted our roads colleagues, but do you have offer any information or assistance to Councillor Thompson?
Yes, yes. The couple of photos that I showed of fences in the area, as you say, they're not coming right up to the footway. So they're, much as they're the same or similar in materials and design, they're obviously not showing the same same situation. So yes, we did consult the roads officer, and they came back with the reason that I put that condition on, which was reducing for the first. They suggested that for the first 1.5 back from the actual pavement side, it should be reduced to 1 metre, and they were content if that was the case.
Stephen?
No, that's fine. Otherwise, I'm happy to support the application.
Thank you very much. So we're still at questions for case officer. If there are... Councillor Ferguson, please.
Thanks, Chair. Can I just ask, this is a relatively modern development, Vendus Wind. What were the original planning conditions that applied to that development about boundary fences, if any?
Beth, can you help? Of course, it'll not matter because we still have to take every application on its merits unless there's a particular condition that debars construction of fences. Beth, can you help Councillor Ferguson?
Off the top of my head, no. I would have looked at it at the time, Councillor Ferguson, but I don't have it in front of me at the moment.
I'll get Robert to help maybe. Beth? Robert?
Chair, it's just to confirm, I've looked up the planning permission which goes back to 2007. The reference number is 07P4427. Unfortunately, anything with a pre-2010 reference number is something we don't have full details of on our digital system, so I can't access that detail, so I can't unfortunately answer the question.
It would of course be up to individual tenants. It will be built into their individual title or whatever, and if there are conditions they'd be able to challenge it anyway. Would that be right, Robert?
There will be some specification in that original planning permission, but yes, it's up to each individual. If they want to do something different than that, they can come forward and it's assessed in its merits, as Beth has said.
Thanks, Robert. Andy, is that as much as we can help you with?
Yes, unless we just take our lunch now and let Robert find out the non-digital and get back to us, because I think the problem I've got with this, Jim, is that if we put general planning conditions onto a development,
and I do appreciate this is an individual, we should judge this in its merits, but the merit should also include whether there was a planning restriction put in place when the development was agreed in the first place.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree with you on that. The only thing is sometimes you better be careful what you wish for, because our planning officer has shown us 2 fences already constructed, so we'd have to be along and telling them to take them down. And clearly the immediate folks appear to be satisfied because we haven't heard anything to the contrary on the others that were already constructed. But that's no for today, and it's no for us, it's for another place. But no, I presume that we will not be failing in our duty, Robert, if we consider this application today and either approve or reject it based on information before us. Would that be right?
That's what I would say, Chair. Yes, you have to assess each planning application on its merits.
So, Andy, it might be for somebody else on another day, but we will determine this today based on the information placed before us. I think I'll come back to you, Andy, just before we go to the final determination. I've got Councillor Dryburgh looking to speak.
Thanks very much, Chair. I mean, so it's one of these ones that's retrospective, because people, I don't think, understand that, you know, you can build a fence up to 1.1 metres at the front of your house and you can go up to 2 metres at the rear of your house or side of your house. And I think this one is obviously, the reason it's retrospective is because they didn't understand that side of thing. I think if the fence was already there at one metre, as the roads officer said, there would be no need for a planning application. So I'm reasonably content with the report as is and agree with the recommendations.
Are we in session, Chair?
No. Andy was trying to establish some information before we went into session that might influence what we were doing. But no, we're still in questions for a case officer, and the questions were centred around the fence and different aspects of the fence. But no, we're not in session yet. Although, given that Andy's question was for the case officer, and the case officer has given as much information as he can, as has Beth, we'll go into session and we'll deal with the plan application before us. Before that, though, we have 2 representatives. So just to be clear, if there are no other questions for the case officer, we will go to the representations from Norma Rennie and David Curry, and then we'll go into session and deal with the points that Andy's raised if he wants to pursue them in session. Robert, are you content with that process?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, Tracy, can you read the 2 reps? Oh, Councillor Young.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just wondering, I know we have to deal with every planning application as in its own right, but I'm just wondering if we're creating a precedent here that other retrospective applications can cite. We're allowing this fence at this height if we proceed and accept this development. Thank you.
Thanks, John. No, I think the information officers give us is quite clear. We have to treat this as an application. It doesn't matter whether a fence or building construction, whatever it might be, is in place. And if we don't think it's appropriate, we reject it, and on that basis the fence would have to come down unless there's an appeal made. And if we support it, then it's deemed an appropriate development for that area. So as far as I'm concerned, we're not setting a precedent. We are dealing with an application and following due process. The application has been submitted late, but that doesn't mean to say we're obliged to approve it. This is simply part of the process in dealing with an application being presented to members. I think that's a fair summation, Robert, is it?
I think that would be right, Chair. Each application is considered on the day on its own merits in light of relevant material circumstances. If you do grant planning permission for something and people are aware of it, it's all in the public domain, and sometimes you will get someone coming along saying you should grant my planning application because you gave planning permission for that. But again, such an application would fall to be determined on its own merits. So I don't think it sets a binding precedent on the Council in respect of future decisions.
Thanks, Robert. No, absolutely not. And if members are not comfortable with it, then absolutely you should refuse it. The fact that it's there makes not a blind bit of difference. It's there without authority, and only this council can grant authority. Tracy, can you read the two representations, please? Oh, it appears our legal aid, Laura, wants to make some, or offer us some advice, I would suggest. Laura, good afternoon. Pleased to hear from you.
Good afternoon, Chair. If it's of assistance to Councillor Young, the suggested condition states that within a month of the date of the permission, any fence bounding the site should be brought down to 1 metre in height. And as Councillor Dryborough had pointed out, that would bring it within permitted development rights. So it's not that you'd be granting permission for a higher fence within that area. The condition requires it to be brought down to 1 metre.
That's helpful, Laura. That wasn't what I was saying, so that's really helpful. Thank you. So the height of the fence would be reduced rather than the fence removed, if
yes,
we don't support.
Yes, the condition, if it goes ahead, the condition requires the height of the fence to be reduced for a certain length of the fence.
Thank you, Laura. Well, I'll just clarify that if Laura doesn't go away. When we go into session, I'll clarify all that again. In the meantime, we have two representations. If Tracy reads them, we'll then go into session.
Thanks, Chair. The first one is from Norma Rennie. Dear Committee, with reference to the erection of the fence, please visit the site to see for yourself how awful and out of keeping with the entire estate it is. I see it's been marked for approval. As stated, there are other fences on the same estate, and this is not true. There are no other fences anywhere on the estate that encroach on any neighbour's front garden. Most of the residents in the Wynd have put in objections, and I have verbal support from number 11 and 21, who are both elderly and unable to use technology to voice their complaint. Please read carefully all the objections to the fence, as they all have relevant points of issue against the fence which Mr Curry built purely out of malice intent, and it serves no purpose. All the objectors live in or nearby the Wynd, whereas only 2 of the supporters of the fence live in the Wynd. The rest are family who do not live here. We could have had many more objections from far and wide, but felt that it wasn't appropriate, as it only affects the people living in the Wynd. My husband and myself moved into the Wynd in 2013. When the estate was being built, we have a good relationship with everyone apart from Mr Curry and household number 17, who keep themselves to themselves. In fact, we were at the previous owners of number 18's wedding. There are many reasons why there is a neighbourly dispute, but unlike Mr Curry, I did not think this was the best place to set out our grievances. However, seeing as few were printed in the local paper, I would like to state that the police were called out about a week after he'd found out I had put in an objection in against his fence to complain I had parked on my car on the pavement, as I have done since 2013 without any complaints to wash it. Most of the residents parking their cars on the pavements on a regular basis. In fact, his own friend and next door neighbour do this regularly, but he doesn't feel the need to phone the police on them. Also, as far as staring at him and his family, I'm sorry, but I have better things to do with my time. As I previously stated, we get on with most of the people in the Wynd, but his letter is making us out to be some sort of neighbours from hell. Please reconsider the decision to approve this build, but if it is recommended to stay at the first 1.5 metres altered, please ensure that Mr Curry does this in a way that it does not impact on my garden. As when the fence was erected, the mess he left was awful, with no attempts to tidy up after themselves. Protocol states that when building a fence between neighbours, the good side of the fence should face the neighbours. This is not the case here. Again, please view the fence. It's totally out with keeping with the rest of the Wynd. Thank you for listening. And the second one is from the applicant, Mr Curry. Although I'm happy to report that since the fence was erected, there has been a much more pleasant atmosphere in this area of the street. There has been less intimidation, less problems with neighbours, and increased safety from delivery vehicles using the driveway to turn around when a designated turning area is located 100 yards or so away. The purpose of the fence is usually to provide privacy, security and to help us live in our home without fear of bullying or intimidation, and I am pleased to say that this fence is providing all of this and more. I note that the application is recommended for approval subject to the fence being lowered in height to 1 metre for a distance of 1.5 metres from the footpath. I would gladly carry out these alterations if the plan application was approved, and myself and my neighbours will be thrilled with this outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. So we have the representation from the objector and the applicant members. You've heard that, so we're now in session. So, if Laura is still with us, Councillor Ferguson did ask a question about the condition or conditions that may have been put in place at the time of the sale or creation of this development, and then remind us again about the fence. And I know you have done quite specifically, but just for absolute clarity, can you remind us again that if we refuse this application, the fence can remain but be reduced in height? I think that's right. So some assistance for Councillor Ferguson, please, and then just clarity on the fence, what might remain and what height it might be.
Thank you, Chair. My comment was in relation to Councillor Young's query about creating a precedent of having a fence of this height there. And the comment was that the condition on the planning permission requires that the fence is to be reduced for a section down to 1 metre in height. It was not in relation to Councillor Drybera's comments. If there are existing conditions in the planning permission that Robert referred to, which we're unable to look at digitally, then those conditions would still apply. Without being able to see that planning permission, we can't comment on whether or not there is a condition to do with the fence. If there are no conditions on the original planning permission, then the landowner would have the benefit of permitted development rights with respect to fences, which is what Councillor Drybera was talking about, the 2 metres at a certain height and 1 metre at a certain height. Robert would be able to confirm this, that there are permitted development rights, so that if this fence, if this application was not approved, then there would be permitted development rights that the landowner would be able to look at to see whether they could bring their fence into conformity with that. But as I say, that would be subject to any conditions on the original permission for the whole development, which, as Robert has said, we don't have access to.
Yeah, I'm absolutely pleased with that. That's exactly what the advice Robert gave, and your advice just repeats what you did a wee while ago. So I'm sure members are clear now what we are being asked to consider and what the outcome will be if we either approve or reject the application. So I'm in members' hands. Jane Maitland, please.
Well, Chairman, with that, the benefit of that advice, I would suggest to you that we do not have sufficient information in front of us to make a sensible decision. When we get information about the original conditions, then we are in a position to make a sensible decision. Until that, we aren't.
Well, I don't think that's what Robert told us. Robert, would we be at fault by deciding this application today, given that we don't know what the original sale or conditions of the sale contained? Or would it be the case that we'd be at liberty to approve an application anyway? Because if the conditions of sale that there was no fence constructed was deemed unreasonable, probably a test at law that would be required for that.
My advice, Chair, would be regardless of what's gone before, you've got an application in front of you today. It's clear what they're seeking to achieve. It's clear what the recommendation is, and it's for you to decide on that planning application. I mean, if there was a permission granted 14 years ago and we can't access the file to check what the conditions were previously, you've still got to decide, is this acceptable or not? If you find it's acceptable, then this planning permission overrides any conditions in respect of this particular location. It's like a patch on top of what was done previously.
Thanks for that, Robert. On that basis, we will determine it today. And I'm looking for a mover or an alternative view. I've got Councillor Ferguson looking to speak.
Chair, I've been waiting for a while.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Dryburgh.
It's Archie first, yep.
So who's going first?
Archie.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the opportunity to speak on this again. I just wanted to confirm what Robert actually said there. If there was conditions previous to this, then any future application would have to be considered as well. I mean, the reason that it's here is because there was objectors. If you know the situation is that the planning application was in front of us for something new and something large, then I'd be happy for it to go and ask for all that extra information. But the fact of the matter is that this is a planning application retrospective because of the height of the fence. And if the height of the fence was 1 metre already, then I would suggest it would have been permitted development, understanding that you know the conditions of the previous application may have been different. But this is an application in front of us today, which was well after the original conditions. It's an application, it's in front of the Planning Applications Committee, and we make that decision today. Therefore, I would suggest we go with the recommendation. Happy to propose that, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Driver. So that's a motion to go with the recommendation. I've got Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Maitland, then Councillor McKee.
Thanks, Chair. Given the advice we've been given here, what I'm actually doubting here is what's the point in putting planning conditions on developments and then letting them be overturned at a later date? And because we don't know what the planning conditions were of the original development, I think Mrs. Maitland actually makes a very good point. But I also appreciate we're looking at this one thing, it's in retrospect, blah, blah. I'm just frustrated here with it, and no wonder we're reviewing the planning system, because this makes a mockery of us putting conditions on planned development. And just there's a frustration here, Jim, on my part. I don't think we can object to it. I think we need to go with the recommendations. I think Archie's absolutely right, but it's no wonder people don't understand planning. It's just a joke.
I take that as an observation, Andy, and I know it is, and you're quite right, but that's not to say that at any time anyone can apply to change a condition that might have been set, and it would be reasonable for us to consider it and determine the revised application at that given time, because you can't tie down somebody for 100 years. The whole world changes in that period of time. But you're right, I'd be frustrated too, but that's where we are. I've got Councillor Maitland and then Councillor McKay and Stephen Thompson.
Okay, right, Chairman, we've got a motion, I think, on the table. I would suggest that there's an alternative position here, which is that I believe that this is visually intrusive and detracts from the amenity of the surrounding area. A 1.2 metre fence would be perfectly acceptable, tapering down to the required 1 metre, which the Roads Department seems to require. And I suggest that we refuse this application.
On the grounds that the height of the fence is unacceptable. Do you have different language, Jane?
Exactly. I'd have to get the exact language that I need, but in essence, it's too high and it detracts from the amenity of the immediate surroundings.
Thank you. So we've got a motion from Archie and an amendment from you when you come right with right form of words. Councillor McKee?
I agree with Councillor Maitland. I think I know where I live. There's no such a thing as a fence, a front of house fence over 1 metre high. And I think that's kind of common understanding throughout the area. To put a fence up in front of your house 6 foot high is an absolute nonsense. You're spoiling the amenity of the area, the look of the area and everything about it. And there's fences you can put up and there's fences you can't put up. And I would go down the road that this is a fence you don't put up. You reduce it to a metre and that's it in the front of the house. If you want it at the back of the house, lift it out and take it around the back. But certainly not in the front of the house. And that other house that they showed the picture of, I think they need to be approached as well and reduce the height of the fence. So I would totally object to this proposal here altogether.
So are you coming with a third proposal, or are you happy to endorse what Councillor Maitland's saying? Because that's not what she's saying.
As long as it's gone against this decision, I'm fine.
Okay, so you'll support Councillor Maitland, right? Okay. Stephen Thompson, please.
I think happy to support Councillor Dryborough. I think this is fairly straightforward. I think it's not directly to the front of the house, it's more to the side between the driveways. But I think the conditions kind of cover what needs to be covered. And just in terms of the advice that we've had, I think Robert described it as a patch. You know, it's permission, and as you've said yourself, Chair, it's not. I think the planning system would be a mockery if you couldn't change things as time goes by. I think the thing that does concern us is that we can't access digital records before us 2010. I think that's really where there's a problem we need to sort out, because it should be more readily available generally for us to be able to see historical decisions. But aside from that, happy to support Councillor Dryborough.
Thanks very much, Stephen. So that's great. We've got a motion and an amendment. All we need is a form of words from Councillor Maitland, although something along the lines of a visual amenity might well be adequate for this. Robert, can you help Councillor Maitland, or are you waiting for it to come up with something?
Chair, I thought Councillor Maitland's form of words were appropriate.
Okay, on that basis, if Tracy has noted them. No, quite. Tracy's got to remind us what the motion amendment is, what they mean, then we'll go to the vote.
Thanks, Chair. So the motion proposed by Councillor Maitland, seconded by Councillor McKee, is to refuse the proposal on the grounds that it would be contrary to OP1, that the fence is too high and is visually intrusive and detracts from the amenity of the immediate area. The amendment is proposed by Councillor Dryborough, seconded by Councillor Thompson, to approve the application subject to the condition as part of the report. Proceed to the vote, Chairman.
Amendment.
Vice Chair.
Amendment.
Councillor Blake.
Amendment.
Councillor Crothers.
Amendment.
Councillor Dryborough.
Amendment.
Councillor Fairbairn. Councillor Fairbairn. Councillor Ferguson.
Motion.
Councillor Giusti. Councillor Giusti.
Motion.
Councillor McClelland.
He's gone.
Oh, I think he's gone. Councillor McComb.
Amendment.
Councillor McKee.
Motion.
Councillor Maitland.
Motion.
Councillor Martin.
Motion.
Councillor Sloan. Councillor Tate.
Amendment.
Councillor Thompson.
Amendment.
And Councillor Young.
Motion.
I'll just check. Is Councillor Fairbairn? No. And the amendment carries 9 votes to 6. So the application has been approved subject to the condition in the report.
Thank you very much, Tracy. It's 13:25. We'll have a recess and resume at 13:55. See you. Good afternoon, members, and welcome back. We move on to the next agenda item in the papers today, which is agenda item 16, brought forward as a speaking item. It now follows agenda item 10. We thereafter move on to 11 and go sequentially thereafter. So we're now dealing with agenda item 16 in your papers, which should be 10.1 or 10A or whatever you might want to refer to it as. So, it's an application for the siting of 2 residential caravans retrospective at land adjoining Steelville, Loneworth Road, Gretna. The application type is full planning permission. Reference number is 21/1094/full. The recommendation is to refuse, and the case officer is Lindsay Cameron. Lindsay, are you with us today?
I am, Chair, thank you.
Good. If you'd just like to take us through your presentation, please, whenever you're ready, Lindsay. Thank you.
Can I have the first slide, please? Thank you. This application relates to an area of ground to the rear of Steelville, which is a detached bungalow fronting onto the north side of Loneworth Road in Gretna. To the east of the site, you have Braydale Park football ground, and to the west is another detached bungalow known as Catamy, and to the north is a 2-storey dwelling at 8 Milburn Drive. There's a shared vehicular access from Loneworth Road, which is shared with Steelville, and the application site originally formed the rear garden ground associated with that property. Can I have the next slide, please? As this application is retrospective, the development has already taken place on the site, and this slide shows the existing layout of the 2 caravans. Can I have the next slide? In attempts to alleviate overlooking of the neighbouring dwellings in their private garden areas, the application includes proposals to relocate the caravan, which is currently sited parallel with the northern boundary, to a position parallel with the eastern boundary of the site, to move both caravans slightly further from the boundaries of the site, and to use a film to obscure the glazing of the windows and the elevations of the caravans adjacent to the boundaries, and also to increase the height of a section of the boundary fence along the northern boundary by approximately 300 millimetres. Can I have the next slide, please? These are the existing and proposed elevations of the 2 static caravans on the site. Can I have the next slide? Moving on to the photographs, this first photo is a view looking north from Loneworth Road, the single-storey dwelling of Steelville in the centre of the photograph, behind the hedge, and the shared vehicular access leading to the site on the right. Next slide, please. Moving into the site, this is a view looking in a westerly direction, showing the 2 caravans adjacent to north and south boundaries. Steelville is to the left of the photo, and 8 Milburn Drive, the 2-storey dwelling, is to the right. Next slide. This is a view taken from the northeastern corner of the site, looking back in a southwesterly direction. Again, you can see Steelville and the 2 caravans within the site. Next slide, please. This is a view from the southern boundary of the site, looking north towards 8 Milburn Drive. Next slide, please. And moving back out of the site, this is a view looking north from the point of access to the site to the location where it's proposed to relocate one of the caravans adjacent to the eastern boundary, with proposals to increase the height of the section of the boundary fences, which is directly in front of you, between it and Milburn Drive. Next slide. Next slide again. And this final slide shows 2 photographs provided by one of the representatives and shows views towards the development from both 9 Milburn Drive to the northwest and Catamy to the west. Next slide. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Lindsay. Questions for the case officer from elected members, please?
Chair,
David McKee.
There's one of those pictures. The building at the side looked like a commercial building. Could you bring that back up, please, Lindsay?
Lindsay, you can help us. That building there, is that part of Braydale Park or is that a commercial building?
The brick-built building, the 2-storey building, is a dwelling. The football ground is to the right of that photograph, over the blockwork wall.
Thank you. So that's a dwelling, Councillor McKee.
It wasn't that picture there. It was one 3 or 4 before that.
Can you skim through them all, Lindsay, please?
If you could, please. Yeah.
That's a bungalow from there. We've had images from that. Lindsay?
Oh, so it's a fence.
Yes, the single-storey building over the fence is Steelville, which is a bungalow.
It was the fence that was putting us off, Lindsay. It looks, it makes it look like a rough commercial building. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McKee. So, we're still in questions for the case officer.
Hi, Jim.
John Young, okay.
Thanks, Chair. I take it, Lindsay, the residential caravans have no main services at present.
Lindsay?
They have a connection to the public water supply.
Gas bottles, is it, and electricity?
Yes, they have power, and as you can see from some of the photographs, there are gas bottles as well.
Thank you. Stephen, did you want to speak?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it was actually, well, just on the report itself, under the scheme of delegation, I mean, normally there would either be 6 objectors or representatives or a call-in from an elected member or a community council, a statutory consultee. I was just sort of curious as to the form of words there, so it seems to be at the discretion of, and there's 5 objectors, so I was just sort of wondering, is there any more detail on that? Because it's quite unusual in the fact that we don't get many like that.
No, I think delegation just allows officers where there may be concerned that it should fall to members. But Robert, can you help Stephen with his inquiry, please? It'll be 1.1.
Yes, it's been removed from delegation on a discretionary basis following a discussion between our head of service and, as I understand it, the acting chief executive on the basis of the reason given in 1.1. And it is quite rare for that to happen, but it is possible under the scheme of delegation, and that's what's happened in this case.
Nothing to do with the constituency office.
Sorry, I think there was something else happening there, but there was an actual question as well just about 4.7, and I think it's maybe something we can't really go into, even though it's referred to in this committee, which is to do with the provision within this local authority area for the traveller sites, specifically Cullen in this case. And I know there's been works and questions raised about this before in other committees, but obviously there is an element of provision which, as I say, we probably can't really talk about that in any depth in this committee, although it is useful context. So I'm just sort of wondering what bearing that would have from a planning perspective.
I'll ask Robert to advise you, or Lindsay, but I think there could be places where travelling gypsies could locate, and it would be an acceptable place for them to locate in or near Gretna. I think the planning officers have deemed that this is not an appropriate location. It doesn't mean to say they've been asked to leave Gretna, they just have to find a more suitable place to locate. But Lindsay, can you help Councillor Thompson with that particular inquiry, or do you want to pass it to Robert?
I can deal with that inquiry if you like. Yes, we do have allocated gypsy traveller sites. Obviously, this is not one of them, and we need to consider this application on its own merits and against the relevant policies. Obviously, there are issues with the existing allocated gypsy traveller sites, but as set out in 4.7 of the report, any identified need would need to be addressed as part of a future local development plan.
I mean, Chair, if it helps, the way I read 4.7 of the report was it was very much setting the context for the wider issue within Dumfries and Galloway, and then it's mentioning LDB2 as well. So what it's doing is basically saying, as Lindsay has just said, you're free to determine this on its own merits, and it's framing the relevant policies. So the overarching policies are LDP2 policies, OP1 and OP2. So for me, it's just a factual kind of update to explain things and provide a context for which parts of LDP2 you should be looking at in making your decision today.
Thanks, Lindsay, and thanks, Robert. Does that help, Stephen? Okay. So we're still in questions for our case officer. If there are no further questions, we have representatives. We have Teresa Chisholm and Elaine Crawford, who are objectors, and there's a statement to be read out from each of them. And Angus Hutchinson, the agent, will address us via Teams. So, Tracy, can you read out the two objections, please, from Teresa first and then Elaine?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, first one is from Teresa Chisholm. As a resident of Milburn Drive, Gretna, I am directly affected by these two chalets grossly overlooking my property and into everyone's windows. As I stated in my previous objections, I have totally lost my privacy caused by these high sighting erections, as has Catamy, also a family property I own part of, along with two other adjoining properties. 4 properties overshadowed. One of these chalets is placed along my fence less than 20 inches away. Site drawings supplied are totally incorrect. Planning was previously refused to 2 previous owners to build a small low bungalow, yet this is allowed. I hear constant dogs, loud music, TV and bumping noises from inside my house, produced by 3 adults, 6 children and 3 dogs on this small bit of land. These chalets are ridiculously crammed in against our fences with no consideration for any neighbours. I have previously supplied photo evidence. I care not whether gypsy nor from any other background. This is wrong and should not be permitted. I am a retired widow and feel greatly intimidated by all of this, and it's now seriously affecting my mental well-being. I have lived here for years and in what was a quiet, peaceful, pleasant neighbourhood. Our whole immediate community has been upset by these eyesores. The second statement is from Elaine Crawford. I would like to register my earnest plea that the plan applications will refuse any permission for this site and have the illegal caravans removed. I respectfully remind the committee that in 2007 the Scottish ministers upheld the decisions of Dumfries and Galloway planning officers and refused planning application for this piece of land. They deemed the land a garden plot. Issues of privacy and the position and small size of the plot were factors in this refusal. The size and the position of the plot have not changed since then, however the environs have changed. House number 8, Milburn Drive, has been built with the rear aspect of this 2-storey house facing the garden plot. This was permissible because the distance of House 8 from the bungalow Steelville ensured no invasion of privacy for either occupants. Since the caravans were squeezed onto this plot, there has not been a shred of privacy for house number 8 or the other 3 houses adjoining this plot of land. The caravans loom over the boundary fences with their windows tops higher than the fence, so they are totally intrusive and have clear views into the house, windows and gardens. The residents of the caravans and their agents have continually misrepresented the size and the position of the caravans to disguise their intrusive nature. They have submitted maps which do not show house number 8. They have submitted imaginary maps where house 8 is set at an angle away from the boundary fence instead of parallel to it. They have quoted wall heights of the caravan but not included the height at which the caravans are elevated from ground level. They have claimed that no window overlooks the houses when in fact 2 single windows and 1 double window are overlooking house 8. They have proposed moving the larger caravan to the end of the plot where it would overlook the sunroom extension on house 8, giving full view into the whole of the rear of the house and gardens and would be fully visible from Lowenworth Road. The caravans are mere inches from the boundary fence. Claims that they would obscure windows would not prevent any views from their open windows and doors, nor would it stop the intrusion of the loud music and shrieking coming from the caravans. Wherever they might be placed on the plot, these caravans would continue to rob 4 households of their privacy in both house and garden. Since May 2021, after previous planning application refusals, the caravan families have decided to describe themselves as gypsy travellers in a crude attempt to pervert planning regulations. The land that they are currently occupying is not a residential plot, it's a small garden plot. The area is not a caravan site. The area in the vicinity of this plot is a residential area. All of the houses are private residence. The houses were not built. They were there to protect, they were there subject to planning controls in terms of quality, size, shape, appearance and construction materials. Their position on the land and the orientation of the buildings were factors taken into consideration before they were granted permission to be built. Allowing caravans to be sited on this plot of land would be wholly inappropriate and liberate the privacy rights of the households adjoining.
Thank you, Tracy. So we've heard from both of the objectors. We've now Angus Hutchinson, agent. I hope Angus is with us on Teams. Angus, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed, aye.
All right. Thank you very much for letting me speak. I would
Angus,
just like to provide... Oh.
Angus, before you do,
yep.
You have 3 minutes. I will remind you of 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And I'd be grateful if you'd wait in case any elected members have questions for you. And Angus, just whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Okay, no worries.
Sorry, Angus. Lara, can you just skip through Angus's photos on the presentation while he's talking, please?
Can I start? Do you want me to start?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. I just want to provide some context on the current application and then also concentrate on the 2 recommended grounds for the refusal of permission. The site is currently occupied by Elizabeth Allen and her 6 children who range in age between 8 months and 17 years. It's also occupied by her elderly mother and her father, George Allen, who is the applicant. All members of the family on the site have gypsy status. The Scottish Housing Regulator has an engagement plan with the Council concerning the 2 gypsy traveller sites within the district at Colin and Glenluce. At present, the Council cannot confirm when the Colin site, which requires £7.85 million of investment, will comply with the government's minimum standards. The current proposal has been revised to take account of concerns raised. The proposed chalets have an eaves height of 2.68 metres and a ridge height of 3.32 metres. In relation to ground 1, the family do not have an issue with any overlooking of the hard standing by the first floor windows of 8 Milbourne Drive. This is in the context that gypsy sites generally have open pitches that are overlooked. Their fundamental priorities are to live in a safe, secure environment that enables continued access to services and facilities. In relation to 8 Milbourne Drive and Steelville, the proposed chalets are of a height, proximity and design that are equivalent to permitted development in a typical domestic setting. This aside, the proposal includes increasing a section of fencing from 2.15 metres to 2.45 metres and applying a film to obscure respective panels of glazing. There will be no material losses in privacy for the neighbouring properties from the chalets as proposed. In relation to Steelville, it also appears that the application site has been in separate ownership since 2006/2007. Furthermore, Steelville has recently been purchased in the knowledge of the existing circumstances, and the new occupiers have written to confirm that they have no objections to the current proposal. That was forwarded on to Lindsay. This, in relation to visual amenity, this site is largely hidden from view behind Steelville, is enclosed by neighbouring development, including the football ground, and is limited in height and extent. When assessing this application, specific regard needs to be made to the articles and protocols of the European Convention on Human Rights, the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, and also the Equality Act of 2010. In summary, the Council is having to make a balanced judgment. However, when undertaking that balancing exercise, it is evident that the recommendation put to the committee, in the apparent absence of a consultation response from the Council's housing services, would effectively displace a single parent with 6 children and elderly grandparents. At present, there are no public gypsy sites in or near Gretna, and there is inadequate provision elsewhere in the district. The implications being that the family would have nowhere to live and thereby not maintain their current access to education, medical and local services. The duty on the Council under the Homelessness Act to help meet the family's accommodation needs would be of direct relevance. This would all take place for a proposal... You have 30
seconds to go, Angus.
This would all take place for a proposal that is equivalent to permitted development in a domestic setting. This very limited harm needs to be weighed against the important benefits directly addressing the family's needs. In overall terms, it is considered that the proposal contributes to sustainable development and any harm is outweighed by the benefits. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angus, and thanks for drawing that quickly to a conclusion. Do any members have any questions for the agent, Angus Hutchinson? In that case, it doesn't appear so, Angus, so thank you very much for being with us today and thank you for your presentation. Members are now in session.
Sorry, Chair, but it must be this delay again.
Do you want a question for the agent?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can the agent just repeat who... Did he say that the Steelville had been bought recently and that the new occupants did not object to the application?
That's correct, yes. And that has been forwarded on to Lindsay, and Lindsay was asked to actually report that to members during this presentation.
Yeah, that might be the case, but however, these papers are in thing for 7 days, and if it was less than 7 days ago, then she doesn't need to.
It shouldn't make any difference anyway, because the place could be sold again next week and the new owners may well have a different view. So, I mean, that's fine, that's information we have, but it shouldn't have changed particularly the complexion of the permanency that this application seeks to establish. I was talking to Archie, by the way. Sorry, Angus, if you're still there.
That's fine, no worries.
So any other questions for the agent before he takes his leave? Okay, once again, Angus, thank you for being with us and thank you for the presentation. We are in session, members. Councillor Dryborough.
Yes, thanks very much, Chair. As I said at the start, there's been a few issues with this site over the years, and you know, as has been said in the report, this has actually went to Scottish Government and was refused previous applications. Regardless whether any new people have come in, as you say, it could change next week, and it might have something else to do with that. I do have a concern about this, and not taking away from what the family might go through. We are here to deal with a planning application at the end of the day, and I would suggest that we agree with the recommendations within the report, Chair.
Thanks very much, Archie. We can take individual circumstances into account, but that would be balanced obviously against the officer's recommendations and in the views of the Planning Authority. Tommy, and then Ian Carruthers, please.
Thanks, Chair. My biggest concern is the fact that we'll have 6 children and 3 adults. If this goes through as it is, who will be homeless? Who will have no... I mean, I don't think we can just look at it in planning terms. I think we have a social responsibility and a housing responsibility to these people. So I think before any settlement is, we should have at least somewhere for these people to go.
Thanks, Tommy. And I'm sure, well, I would trust the Education Authority, social work and other agencies will be working with this family. And I wouldn't expect it to be tough out in the street next week. But as Archie Driver said, this is a planning responsibility, and though we can take into account circumstances, sometimes they just don't necessarily outweigh the planning legislation. Otherwise, we wouldn't have planning legislation. Families could just turn up and say we're here because we've nowhere else to go, and that wouldn't be very constructive, I don't think. But you're quite right in the point you make, Tommy. Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks, Chair. So I think maybe Archie makes some valid points, but I think Tommy makes a more valid point when it comes into the making potentially a family and children, parents and grandparents homeless. I've got a difficulty with that. I'm not saying I want to approve this, but I like to have absolute clarity. And as far as the council, I know we're speaking in planning terms here, but we've got statutory legal obligations we have to adhere to, and we mostly do. It's only exceptional circumstances when we don't. So I'd like that clarified. That okay, this decision, if we were to make a decision as far as a refusal today, I know there's appeal processes and all the rest of it, Chair, but it's uncomfortable the fact that if we refuse this today, we potentially make, like I say, children, parents and grandparents homeless.
Yeah, and we can't give any assurances today other than an understanding and acceptance that the council will deal with this family if they present with whatever circumstances they have, given the decision that we might make. Our duty is to discharge planning legislation. That's why we're here. And we do recognise that many other agencies have a duty to discharge, and I expect that everyone in the council departments will be discharging that duty as we speak, and that shouldn't prevent us from making a decision on the planning aspect of this application today. Stephen Thompson, did you want to speak?
Sorry, Chair. It seems I got kicked out there. I didn't hear what you said there. I'll just ask for clarity. I think you heard what I said. Clarity in regards to our legal obligations. From an officer, I'm asking that, not for you.
Yeah, officers have legal obligations, and I'm absolutely certain they will discharge them, Ian. Aye, absolutely. Stephen, did you want to speak?
Chair, it's no you I'm asking the question of, it's our officers.
You don't ask questions, officers, you ask the Chair, and I'll give you the answer.
Through the Chair. No, I'm asking through the Chair. I'm not asking you, Chair. For absolute clarity, I'm asking.
And what's the clarity you're looking for? What clarity are you looking, Ian? What clarity are you looking for?
Okay, I'll say it for the fourth time, Chair, that we're potentially, there's got to be children, parents and grandparents made homeless here. So I want clarity from a legal point of view, or more illegal rather than a planning point of view, that that's a safe decision for this council to make if we refuse this today.
Vlad, are you there?
Yes, Chair. I could come in. I understand the conversation that's been had here in terms of the various factors that have to be considered in terms of making this decision. It's up to the members to obviously weigh the various factors, and that includes human rights factors into that decision. In terms of the assurance that's been required here, absolutely, we've got statutory duties in terms of social work and education that we would need to comply with, and that would be taken into account in terms of any next steps here. Obviously, this is an application for planning consent. If that's not granted and then steps need to be taken, whether enforcement or otherwise, then again the council will need to fully consider all factors at that point in time through our statutory duties. So hopefully that confirms and clarifies the position. Ultimately, it's for members to weigh all factors and make a decision in terms of what's in front of you.
Thanks, lad. And Stephen, you don't want to come in?
If I can, Chair.
Oh, please do, aye.
Thank you. So I'm going back to paragraph 4.7 because in light of what's been said by Councillor Sloan, Carruthers and Vlad Valiente there, it's just in terms of there's the duty we have to discharge today as the planning authority, if you like, the Planning Applications Committee. But I feel that 4.7 kind of outlines where we perhaps didn't discharge our duty to provide the relevant provision at Cullen, which I think is well recognised, and that's why there's a reduced capacity there, although I'm sure there's work ongoing to sort of deal with that. However, for the family involved, it's of very little comfort to know that their needs will be sort of factored into the next LDP process when their need might be more immediate. So I think the human rights and our role in that respect can't be ignored. However, the decision we make today has to be a planning decision, but that doesn't mean we don't have any recourse to pass on that, because the members will want the assurance that the right thing will be done by the individuals who are directly impacted by this at the time of need, rather than when the next housing needs demand assessment is. Do you know what I mean? So if there's a way that we can build that into it, we can take a planning decision, but make sure that the message is clear that as members we would want to know that the need is addressed proactively rather than necessarily waiting for them to present, because I think that's, now that we know about it, it's hard to ignore. So I'm just sort of wondering how we can do that properly as a planning committee, take a planning decision, but channel that other request or need to the relevant services within the council so they can deal with it proactively.
Well, Vlad's been on the session and he's given an assurance that these issues will be addressed, and that's the right route to take, rather than we can't, as a planning authority, make a reference or refer this item or this agenda or this family to social work or to education. That's not the duty we discharge here. But senior officers have given everybody in this meeting today an assurance that the needs of the family will be addressed, and we have a duty to discharge, and it says it in the papers. But at the same time, there may well be other sites that these family could locate at, whether it be temporarily or permanently, that would fit with planning requirements. The case officer in this particular instance, given the circumstances presented, says that that's not what would be appropriate for the site that's been presented to us. So officers have given an assurance that the family's circumstances will be addressed, their needs will be met, and we have a statutory duty to do that. And that's why I'm saying this is the planning legislation element of it we're dealing with. But we do take it, or we have taken in, and I think the planning officer, the case officer, has taken into account the circumstances and said that that simply does not outweigh the other circumstances that prevail here. Maybe you could help us with that, Robert, or can Lindsay do that?
Well, Chair, what I would like to say was, in the production process of the report, Lindsay prepares a draft report which was very thorough and complete and needed very little done to it. But we took that opportunity, having got the draft report, this was before it was on the agenda, to seek internal legal advice, and we did that and we acted upon the advice we got. So it's been washed through legal services from that perspective. So as a planning report, I'm quite satisfied that we've acted quite safely in that respect. As far as sending on a message, obviously it falls to the Planning Applications Committee to determine how it wants to deal with the case, what decision you want to make. In the event that it's refused, it's subject to a right of appeal. If what you're saying is you want us as officers, regardless of what decision, to contact another service within this council after the decision, then we're quite happy to do that. We would take a note of that and we would action that as quickly as possible before taking, any measures that would be considered to be possibly drastic.
I think
I've got Councillor McKee. Stephen did want to come back.
It was just to say, I think that's probably as good an assurance I'm going to get today, so thank you for that.
Thanks, Stephen. Councillor McKee.
I'm not trying to be funny or anything, but we're talking about things that, no disrespect to planners, but planners have no knowledge of. These people may have been approached by likes of social work and various other assistance given parties and refused their help. And that's for that committee to address that, no for us to try and work out here. Could I come back to planning?
Just before we go too far, we're not here today to instruct social work, education, or anyone else.
They could bring up to their attention,
we've been given a paper that sets out clear what the circumstances are. It sets out clear what the consequences are. It sets out fairly clearly what our duties are or will be. And Vlad, our senior governance officer, has told us that the council will deal with this family in an appropriate way, and every appropriate department will be alerted if we make a decision that affects this individual family's lives. That's what we can expect, that's what we should expect, and that's what the council are obliged to do. So I'd be happy or be comfortable if we could move away from trying to do social work today or education today, because this is a planning application committee and it's about other families as well that have raised issues that they feel is relevant and that affects their lives. And that's why Lindsay Cameron brought the report she did and the recommendation that she placed before us. Tommy.
I'll let Tommy. It's just a quickie, Tom. I quite agree with everything you've said, and I'm quite happy to leave it at that. What I was going to ask is, this site, has it been identified for any use at all? It says sitting here, and it's an application site, and there's absolutely nothing there, and there's nothing in the papers to say it's been identified for a specific use.
Robert, I take it would be domestic because of the setting, but Robert?
The established use in land use planning terms is as cartilage of a dwelling house. In terms of the local development plan 2, it doesn't have any particular land allocation to it. It's what we would call white land because it appears as white on the inset map of the plan.
Tommy.
Thanks, Chair. I fully agree with you that we are not here today to do social work business. But at the same time, what we do in here today, we do in the name of Dumfries and Galloway Council. There's got to be a human aspect to Dumfries and Galloway Council. I think we'd all recognise. I fear for these people. Sadly, if they were refugees, we'd be bending over backwards to have them housed just now. But because they're not, there seems to be a...
That's shocking.
No, Tommy's entitled to his view, and then we're going to go to the recommendations. Tommy has a view, and that's fine. The council has duty to discharge, and we know that. But the point I made was there are representatives here and elsewhere that are saying their lives have been affected by where these caravans are. So we have a balancing act, or a balancing view to take on the overall application. The family themselves will be dealt with, and we've had that reassurance from every officer that's had a point to make, Vlad and Robert. If we decide against this, the message we've passed on to every department that there is a need to interject and deal with the family, and Vlad, our senior governance officer, has made that undertaking today, and it's on record.
Why couldn't we, Chair, not make a decision on this today? Make no decision.
We'll go and sort it out, Tommy. We'll go to the recommendation.
So we could recommend not making a decision on this today.
If you want to put forward a proposal to defer, there is a motion from an elected member to refuse as per the report. That's as far as we've got. So if you want to make a recommendation not to progress with this today, provided some elected members support you, and that's the majority view, then that's exactly what will happen. We can defer it until such times as social work confirm that they've got somewhere for the family to go, or until education confirm they can accommodate the kids elsewhere. That's something we can do. And I take it, given certain circumstances, it would be legitimate to defer for further information, Robert.
It's within the gift of the committee, Chair.
Yes, so you can do that if you want, Tommy.
Yeah, I'm happy to do it.
Okay, so you're saying, but you'll need to tell us what other information you want.
I'm asking
Can I hear?
Can you switch that on, please, so everybody can hear what you're proposing, Tommy?
Where was I?
You were saying you want it deferred until such times as the family involved had been dealt with by every appropriate organisation within the council.
That would seem reasonable, yeah.
That's what it is, right? Yeah. Okay. So I haven't got. So that's a. Well, neither of them are a motion yet. I've got a proposal from Archie and a proposal from Tommy.
I'll second Tommy's motion, Chair.
And who's that?
David McKee.
You second motion from Councillor Sloan, right? Okay. So Archie Driver is looking.
Chair, I've been sitting since 1428 trying to speak.
Can we just stop shouting out, please? Type in the... Jane Maitland has said OK. Is that OK to Archie Driver's proposal, Jane, or is that something else?
Chairman, I defer, if I could, through you to Councillor Ferguson, who's further above me on the list. I will come in after he's spoken.
Sounds good. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. If you look at this chat, it was at 14:28 I asked to speak, and it's now 14:34, so we're almost 10 minutes. I've been sitting waiting when people have been interjecting, so now I've got that off my chest. I think we need to be really careful here, and I'm mindful what everybody's saying, but I don't think the reference to who the occupants of the caravans, right, or the mobile caravans, is actually the issue. The issue is whether the caravans can be accommodated on that site properly or not. Whoever the occupants are is, quite frankly, is not a planning issue. So what I think I'm trying to say to people is we need to concentrate here on the planning issue. Is the site suitable for the proposal that's in the application? Not who the occupants are. Right? Is the site a proper site in the right place for these two caravans, mobile homes, whatever you want to call them, to be sited? And that's what we need to focus on here. But I totally understand what people are saying about what's going to happen to the folk that are in them. It's not been helpful having that in the report, to be frank, because this should have been just about the siting of two caravans. Because it could just as easily have been for two workers for Gretna Football Club. We would never have known. So I think we need to be really careful here. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Andy, and you're quite right. I think the problem is that we are obliged to take into consideration in certain circumstances the situation that people, especially travelling people, find themselves in. I think that's why this paper was brought to us rather than dealt with delegation, so that we would have the opportunity to consider the application in its fuller context. But I absolutely agree in what you're saying. That's what we should have focused on. And that's why I said we've had, on a few occasions, we've had objections from adjoining neighbours who have issues as well, and their circumstances and personal situation should also be taken into account as well. But thank you for that. Jane Maitland, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I think this has actually been very useful and lengthy debate, and we've actually explored all the issues that are alarming members. But I'm in agreement with the last speaker that that this is principally an issue of physical planning, and that's what we must concentrate on, because there are other parts of the council who will take up cudgels for any resulting things that flow from our decision. So it's step by step, weighing all the factors and all the policies. And we can't ignore, as I think another member said, the rights of our community to have these things decided according to our policies. And we should take comfort that one of the issues that the council will deal with is that they will take decision. They will look at it and see what has happened. So for the reasons given, I'm very, very happy to support Councillor Dryborough and agree the recommendations as given in the report, for the reasons given in the report.
Thank you, Jane. So we'll have a motion from Councillor Sloan, seconded by Councillor McKee, that we defer this decision until such times as all agencies have been contacted. Councillor McKee, are you going to change that?
No, I've just spoken to Councillor spoken to Councillor about it, and I think we should put a time scale on it. To the next planning committee, it should be brought back to us then. In other words, whoever goes to speak to the people, I've got a month to.
So if your motion is successful, at the next Planning Applications Committee meeting in September, a report will be presented that will set out what social work, education, any other department of the council intend to do in respect to supporting this family. Is that what you're asking? Because you need to be very clear what you're asking. No, I don't want you to come back in a month and say, by the way, we want something else.
We want to know that they have spoken to the people. The people may not agree to it, but we have given them the chance, and that's what we are wanting to do. What decision they come to is between them and social work or education or whoever, but at least they've been spoken to. And as far as myself and Tommy are concerned, that's the critical part, that they are spoken to. an option, chances given to them. If they turn it down, that's up to them.
Vlad personally gave you that assurance 10 minutes ago that he would make sure that appropriate departments were contacting this family. But anyway, we'll leave it at that. Stephen Thompson wants to speak. Now we go to the decision making.
Thanks for letting me back in, Chair. I think I have to be realistic about this. This is a planning decision. I've had an assurance from our Chief Governance Officer and also from the planning officer in support of you there. I'll take it upon myself in my other role to make sure that rather than wait until the next meeting, that social work's contacted today. And that's something that elected members can do, and I maybe should have done it as soon as I read this report. But had the information not been there, this would have been maybe a more straightforward determination to make. The fact that it is there does make it a valid topic of discussion. So with all that's been said, I think the problem is that the fact that we knew about the lack of the standard at Cullen for a long, long time, and despite assurances, have elected to do nothing about it. To the point where we were told it wasn't suitable. So I think that can play in the mind of people who are getting a verbal assurance but no real action. So however, that's historical now, and I'm hoping that things are getting carried forward. I'll take it upon myself to act as a councillor with social work, but in terms of planning, I can't reasonably go against the recommendation on those grounds. It's just unfortunate it's been muddied by the personal details that have been included in the report.
Thanks for that, Stephen. I'd be seriously disappointed if officer hadn't made contact with anybody else this week if this decision goes against them rather than wait a month. But anyway, on that note, a motion by Councillor Sloan McKee and an amendment by Councillor Dryborough and Maitland.
Thanks, Chair. So a motion proposed by Councillor Sloan, seconded by Councillor McKee, is to defer consideration of this application to the next meeting of the Planning Committee to allow time for the occupants at this site to be contacted by the various departments. And the amendment proposed by Councillor Dryborough, seconded by Councillor Maitland, is to refuse the application on the grounds as detailed in the report. Proceed to the vote, Chairman.
Amendment.
Vice Chair.
Amendment.
Councillor Blake.
Amendment.
Councillor Crothers.
Motion.
Councillor Dryborough.
Amendment.
Councillor Fairbairn.
Amendment.
Councillor Ferguson.
Amendment.
Councillor Giusti. Amendment, Councillor Giusti.
I was in a crowded room, but he did. I thought he said amendment.
Councillor McComb.
Amendment.
Councillor McKee. Councillor Maitland.
Amendment.
Councillor Martin.
Amendment.
Councillor Sloan. Councillor Tate.
Amendment.
Councillor Thompson.
Amendment.
Councillor Young.
Amendment.
The amendment carries 13 votes to 3. The application is refused on the grounds detailed in the report.
Thank you. We're going to agenda item number 11. Review of old mineral permission 93/P/3/0634 at variance with condition 1 of planning permission 14/P/3/0343 to extend period of operations to 31st of December 2031. It's a section 42 application for Kilbane Quarry Locher Briggs. Reference number is 21/0112/section 42. Recommendations to approve subject conditions, and Robert Duncan substituting for Chris McTeer. Will you take us through the presentation, please, Robert?
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to do so. There's really only one slide with this, which is the next one, which is the location plan. So it shows the location of Kilbane Quarry. It's to the north of Dumfries, just from Locher Briggs. You can see Locher Briggs just at the bottom of the picture there with Jericho Loch shown. In summary, and apologies if the description is confusing, there was a review of minerals permission which was effectively granted planning permission back in 2014, and that set a timescale for the operational period of the development. The applicant is now looking to, by means of a Section 42 application, receive a fresh permission, but with a change to what was condition 1 of planning permission 14P343, and that's to extend the period of operations to the 31st of December 2031. At the moment, if I just check the report, it was the 31st of December 2024. So effectively it's the same operational proposal, subject to the same conditions apart from the operational timescale, which would be extended by 7 years. It isn't a change, obviously, to the existing permission. That would remain extant as a fallback option, if you like. This is just simply they're trying to obtain a fresh permission for the same thing, but over a slightly longer operational period of time. Chris has consulted with all the relevant authorities, Council Roads Planning Team Leader, Scottish Water, our Environmental Health Officer, Archaeologist, Nature Scot, which is the new name for SNH, Contaminated Land Officer and Landscape Architect. There's been no representations to the proposal. He's looked at it in terms of VD15 and other material considerations, and the recommendation is to approve as it's considered to be compliant with LDP2 policy, ED15 and the associated supplementary guidance. There's quite a long list of conditions. I think there's something like 33 in the recommendation, but other than 36 actually, but other than condition 1, those would replicate the parent planning permission, if you want to call it that. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Robert. Questions for Case Officer? They appear not. We're in session, members. Archie Driver, please.
Agree with the recommendations, Chair.
Thank you for that. Any? John Young, please.
A quick question, Robert. The very last condition, how can you ensure that the site is restored with proper aftercare services?
Robert.
The obligations on the developer to actually implement that programme, they usually provide a restoration bond, etc., and that's covered elsewhere within the report. And it's their obligation to implement that in full accordance with the details and the scheme that's been approved. Otherwise, they risk forfeiting their bond.
John?
That's good to hear, Robert, as long as a bond is in fact in place, because I know what happened in Nistdale with the open cast coal mines. Thank you.
Yeah, it's well made, that point. I just hope that we constantly refresh the bond, because restoration costs today will certainly not be restoration costs in 2043 or whenever it is the permission expires. So I would hope that we have learned a lesson, we review these restoration bonds from time to time on a professional basis, taking account of increased prices of materials and equipment. Thanks for that, John. Any other members? If no, we'll accept that recommendation to approve as set out in the papers. Tracy? Laura, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. It was just a point of clarification. At paragraph 4.10 of the report, it specifically states that there was no bond associated with the earlier extraction consent, and it is not considered necessary to require a bond in this case, so there will not be a bond to cover the restoration.
Is that a planning officer's recommendation, or have we been remiss in no requiring one? Because clearly there's bound to be a void, a quarry where the extracted minerals came from.
Chair, I'm simply reading from 4.10 where it says that in the existing consent there is no bond, and as this is a section 42, which is just changing one of the conditions of the previous consent. In this situation, it is to extend the time period. The remaining parts of the earlier consent would remain, so no bond is being sought by the planning officer.
Okay, thanks for that, Laura. Okay, members, maybe that's something we need to watch in future, like applications of this type that we're inclined to support, that we ensure a bond is in place to reinstate the land at the end of any process. But we cannot do this because if we try to introduce it, they'll simply revert back to the original position. So we have no alternative but take officers' advice and agree as per set out in the papers. If members are content with that, if no, Councillor McKee.
I think it says in there somewhere that there will be a pond when it's finished. It'll be full of water. So that would need to be made safe.
That's down to the landowner. We're no starting off with that in joke. That's no for today. Chair. Jane Maitland, please.
Chairman, I just want to be absolutely clear about this, that that in fact we, if I've got it right, you say we've got no choice, but actually we do have a choice. The applicant can simply continue with the original permission, which he's got now, which will take him for a couple of years. But we have got a perfect right to say that this won't do without a bond. I have to say, I think Councillor Young has got us skidding to a halt, and I take his point. I think this would be very appropriate, actually, to either defer this or to refuse it, because there isn't a bond. And thank you for the legal officer for pointing this out. I had overlooked it.
Yeah, content with that, although Councillor McKee also pointed out they're going to make a pond or a lake, in which case it won't need reinstated. But Robert Duncan, please.
Thanks, Chair. I'm grateful to Laura Whitelaw for pointing out what 4.10 said, because as Councillor Maitland's just pointed out, I overlooked that because it's so routine to expect a bond these days, and I had assumed that was the case. So apologies for losing sight of that. I don't think we are bound by the terms of the previous planning permission in respect of the bond, and if members were minded to include an additional condition on this fresh planning permission requiring arrangements for a bond to be put in place to act as a kind of guarantor for the restoration, I would be quite happy to support that.
Okay, doke. Thanks, Robert. Ian Carruthers, and then we'll start the debate about whether or no we want to support this application in what way. Ian?
Thanks. I just wonder why the original didn't have a restoration bond, and it just come back to Councillor McKee's comments. Is it just got to end up a large lock?
You're right. That could be as simple as that. Or maybe it was something that was overlooked at the outset and it's just been a continuation. Officers just accept what's been done in the previous paper as being the right thing and just follow it on to its ultimate conclusion. But if members want a bond according to our case officer, that's something we are certainly entitled to do. And it would appear that that's what Councillor Maitland and Councillor Young want to do. We'll have to go back to Councillor Dryborough, who made a proposal, I think, to go with this recommendation. But Councillor Maitland, do you intend to ask for a condition that a bond's put in place?
I would like to ask through you, I'd like to ask Councillor Dryborough to add that condition into his approval.
I'm happy to do that, Chair.
Okay, that sounds good. Councillor Young, would you support that move?
Yes, happy to support that, Chair. Thanks.
So it would seem members are inclined to support this section 42 application on the basis that we add the additional requirement of a restoration bond. If anyone is not of that mind, please let us know. Otherwise, that will be a condition of the new approval. It seems there's no alternative view. So if Tracy, once Robert has finished taking notes, if you can confirm what the decision of the committee is, please. We will approve this application, one additional condition added to the report.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, members have agreed to approve the application subject to the conditions detailed in the report, with an additional condition 37, which is for a restoration bond to be put in place, and we'll get the appropriate wording included in the decision notice.
Thank you. Move on to agenda.
Sorry to come in late, Chair, but there's one of the last conditions is detailed of proposed aftercare. That may or may not cover what you're looking for.
No, aftercare of trees and vegetation, that's no restoration.
Scheme, maintenance, establishment, maintenance, management of vegetation, creation and management, protection of habitats, maintenance, management of areas to be used for amenity purposes. So if there's a pond there, it'll be for swimming. But it's fine, Chair, I'll not worry about it. No, because if they decide to plant half a dozen trees, that's aftercare, and we're talking about a restoration bond. The restoration bond for Glenmucklock open cast site was £50 million. So in some cases, the restoration bond might be necessary to a greater degree than a wee bit of aftercare. So members are content with that, and as you say you're happy to go with it, Jock, that's absolutely fine. Okay, agenda item number 12, I have agreed. Laura, you want to come back in?
Thank you, Chair. It was just to provide some clarification and hopefully some comfort to Councillor McKee. When the bond is taken out, it's passed through to legal services. 35 and 36 deal with. The bond is there as a sort of whom failing. If they don't do it, then the council can call upon the bond to make sure that the agreed scheme is carried out.
If it doesn't work, you could be in trouble, Laura. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that clarity, Laura. Much appreciated. So on that basis, we're on the agenda item 12. I have agreed that Councillor Scobie can come and address the committee on this agenda item. We'll get the presentation first, then we'll have Councillor Scobie, and then we'll, as an on-speaking item, so we'll go into session. Councillor Scobie, the usual 3 minutes. And after that, he's obliged, like all members are, to leave the meeting and let the committee go on with its business. So, agenda item 12, planning permission for erection of workshop, log store and storage building, information of access road and parking area, partly retrospective at land adjacent to Solburn Cottage, Liswalt. It's a full application, reference number 20/2193/full. The recommendation is to refuse, and the case officer is Billy Murray. Billy, I see you're with us. Can you take us through your presentation when you're ready, please, Billy?
Yes, thank you, Chair. As you say, this is an application for the erection of a workshop, log store, and other elements of the development. It's to form a base for a depot for a landscaping business. If approved, the use would fall within Class 5, General Industrial of the Town and Country Planning Use Classes Scotland Order 1997. I'll take you through the slides now. If I can have the first slide. This is the application site location plan. You can see the development just above the application site there, between Cairnview and the woodland there. That's Solburn Garden Centre. The blue dot to the top right-hand side of the site is Solburn Cottage. Next slide. This is just an aerial view of the same location plan to give an impression of the countryside location. Next slide. This application is a resubmission of a previous application that was refused under delegated powers. So the first slides were taken at the time of that application in June 2020, and these were slides that were provided by a colleague in the road service because it was at the time when we weren't doing any site visits. So this is an image of the access that had been formed from the A718. Next slide. This is an image of the small timber building that was erected at the side of the new access track. And as you'll see, excavations along the roadside there for further works to be carried I think I referred to this in the report, but originally that building was shown out with the application site, but that has been corrected in the current application. Next slide. This is a view of the internal site access track heading towards the main part of the site, which is in the distance in that view. And again, the small timber building at the entrance. Next slide. This is within the site itself, and this is the World War II building that is the one building that is within the site. This was an air raid shelter. It is designated as an area of archaeological interest. Next slide. This is a view of the location of the proposed workshop building, looking from the north. Next slide. This is a view of the log store, which was one of the retrospective elements that had been completed at the time of the previous application in June 2020. Next slide. These are the slides that are current in August 2021. So again, this is the access. Little has changed in terms of the geometry of the access or the surfacing or whatever. Further landscaping has been completed, as you'll note, at the side of the access, and the wall has been finished along the road verge. Next slide, please. That shows a more distant view, and it shows the landscaping and the roadside wall that has been constructed. Next slide. That's just a closer view of the landscaping and the roadside wall. Next slide. That's a closer view again of the landscaping that has been completed at the entrance to the site. Next slide. Again, this is the internal access track as of June 2021. Next slide. This is a closer view of the gated access into the site itself. The main part of the site is beyond these gates. Next slide. That's just a closer view of what is now described in submissions as the entrance building. Next slide. This is again another view of the entrance building and a small vegetable garden that has been formed just beyond that low fence and greenhouse. Next slide. This and the next couple of slides are views of the main part of the site from the entrance gate. So this is the main part. Again, you see the World War II building. That's the first building you see. The proposed workshop building would be beyond that. The building you see at the right of that slide is actually on the adjoining site. That is not part of the application site. Next slide. This is just the other view showing the remainder of the main part of the site where it has been landscaped and grassed. Next slide. That's a closer view of that same area. Next slide. Again, this is a closer view approaching the operational part of the site and the site where the building would be erected, which is just beyond the World War II building and between that and the log store that you see on the faraway boundary in that view. Next slide. That's an image of the air raid shelter that remains on the site. Next slide, sorry. And that's just another image of the same building in the other direction. Next slide. This is the main development and operational part of the site. Again, that's the area within which the workshop building would be erected. Next slide. That's a view of the same site in the other direction. Next slide. Again, this is from the north, showing the site that the building would be erected upon. Next slide. Closer view of the site of the proposed building. Next slide. That's the completed log store, also used for general storage, as you see in that image. Next slide. These are the plans submitted with the application. So this is the location and site plan. Next slide. This is the block plan. Next slide. That's gable elevations of the proposed workshop building. Next slide. That would be the side elevations of the same building. Next slide. Floor plans of the building. Next slide. This is elevation and floor plan of the small entrance building that you saw in earlier slides. Next slide. This is the proposed, well, the completed log store. Next slide. Key point to note in respect of your consideration of this application is that, as I mentioned in my introduction, the use that would fall within class 5 of the use classes order, which is general industrial. Now, as you're well aware, planning permission goes with the land, not with the individual. So whilst it might appear, and I think it's self-evident from the slides, that the works that have been carried out are of a high standard and probably a good advert for the applicant's landscaping business. The facts of the matter are that because planning permission goes with the land and any approval would authorise any use falling within class 5 general industrial, that could mean that any future use may not be compatible with the rural area and the residential properties nearby. So that's just a point to note in consideration of this application. That said, the recommendation as it stands is to refuse for the reasons stated. Thank you.
Thank you, Billy. Thanks for a comprehensive report. Questions for the case officer? Councillor Driver.
Yeah, thanks for that, Billy. I'm just on that last part that you said there. If this application came through as an agricultural building, for instance, where there are some workshops within agricultural buildings, there may have been a different outcome or report given here. Is that the case?
You're asking me to speculate and predetermine another proposal. Any building of any nature would have to be, that required planning permission would have to be considered on the facts of the case. So in other words, I cannot say that if that had been an agricultural building, it would have been approved, which I think is your question.
Okay, thanks, Bill.
Any other questions for case officer? Jane Maitland, please.
Could I ask the issue of this land becoming a class 5 industrial area, is that automatic? Does that have?
Billy?
Yes, it would be, because the use proposed falls within that use class. So therefore, because the permission goes with the land, you would be effectively authorising any other operation that fell within that use class.
Thanks for that, Billy. Jim McComb.
Thanks, Chair. Billy, is part of this site brownfield land?
Billy?
Yes, Councillor McComb, and that issue is addressed in the report. I think you'll find that it is addressed in, I'm just trying to find the paragraph, in paragraph 413, towards the end, the question of brownfield land is addressed in the report.
Yeah, I've got it there, Billy. Thank you. Another question. you mentioned the landscaping business. What type of vehicles does the applicant use in his landscaping business?
We don't have full details of that, although in the supporting submissions it does mention, well, it mentions 4 employees, and I think they use vans or small vehicles and a trailer. I think you see a trailer on site in some of these images. So I think it's transit type vans and equivalent pickups or small trucks. But I cannot be absolutely definitive on that at this stage.
Thank you.
Billy, would Class 5 then lend itself to HGVs if it were a different type of business that has been proposed there?
Potentially, yes.
Thank you. Any other questions for the case officer? Tommy Sloan.
Yeah, just to ask Billy, he seemed to, if I understood him right, he seemed to be saying that the work that has been carried out there is to a very high standard, even though that plan of permission wasn't properly sought at the time. But he does say, if I understand him right, that the work is to a very high standard. Surely that's what we want out there. I don't think this is even described properly in the papers. This was a derelict site. It's an eyesore. And this bloke's went in and he's starting to try and expand his business.
We're still in questions for the case officer.
I was asking, would he agree that he did think there was an improvement with the work that had been done?
Billy?
As I said, I think the images are self-evident in that the landscaping works that have been done are to a high standard. Whether or not I would agree that the site previously was an eyesore or a blight in any way, I think again I would refer members to my report on that point. It was an unkempt site. Whether it was significantly detrimental or harmful to the amenity, both visual and general, I think is very much open to question.
Thanks, Billy. Any other questions for case officer? In that case, hopefully we'll have Councillor Scobie with us. Councillor Scobie, if you're with us.
I'm indeed, Chair.
Good stuff. You'll get 3 minutes, Willie, when you start speaking. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And if you could pull it in at 3 minutes, I'm sure the committee would appreciate that. Thank you. Just whenever you're ready, Willie.
Try my best, Chair, and I hope you turn the clock back. Chair, I did ask for a call-in, and that was on the basis that I thought the application raised particular issues with LDP2, ED1 and 2. And I think it was the previous Councillor Geddes that always stated policy is there to guide, not to enslave. And I think our own policy or strategy on the 3 R's of restart, review and recovery, then that should have been taken into consideration, is my opinion. And indeed, I say it the last year, it does fit with the environment and would be complementary to the retail garden centre that is adjacent to the application site. I think that Tommy asked a question and it is contained in the second page where it is under note that the other general environment improvements have been undertaken, and the photos indicate that overwhelmingly. And in terms of the judgment of whether it was the unkempt site was detrimental, and we have Solburn Cottage, we've got the garden centre, we've got Hillhead Cottage, and we've got the farm not so far away, and not one of them have objected to the application, nor have we heard anything from the works that have been carried out. So I think that speaks volumes without anyone doing a perception on it. This is actually almost a small dwelling area. It could almost be classified as a hamlet. And all the people in and around the area have not objected. And if you look at the others, the council archaeologist and Scottish Water and all others have not objected to the site. But so again, I think that speaks volumes. The consultation on 2.1 that refers to LDP2 and the land is available. I can assure you, having been involved with the individual, the applicant, some years ago, this person did try to get land in Stranraer, and he found it impossible to get land under LDP1 and now LDP2, and he was compelled to look at other sites, and this was one that became available. And I think so he was compelled, and it does appear, not as it says in the report, that it appears it's the only reason he went there.
You have 30 seconds to go, Willie.
Thanks, Chair. So, in essence, Chair, there is an affidavit signed that the site was used in the past by a stonemason, so it was used for industrial purposes. I hope that Class 5 would cover it, that the committee were of a mind to approve the application on the extensive photos that were shown, and you can see the work that's being done. It fits with the council's 3R strategy. We're open for business. This puts out the wrong message, and I would hope that officers were guided rather than enslaved to policy, and that we are open for business, and people see that. It definitely has. Just a point, Chair. It's not 120 metres away, as the case officer said. It sits just above the centre, the garden centre. Indeed, there are paths through to each other. So the report may not be entirely accurate in terms of distance.
Thanks very much, Willie.
Yeah.
Thanks for your presentation, and thanks for being with members. I'm sure you know the rules. You have to leave us now and let us go into deliberation. But thanks again for your presentation.
Is it still a public meeting, Chair?
Pardon?
Is it still not a public? Is this in private session, or it's still a public meeting?
I think there's a requirement in members to leave. I think that's part of standing orders. But I'll ask Robert, or I'll ask... Can
you ask Vlad, please?
Vlad, if Vlad's with us. Laura, are you with us?
Apologies, could you ask that question again? I was just on something else.
I thought when a member made a presentation to committee in support of an application, that member had to leave the meeting and was not allowed to sit and watch the proceedings simply because they'd made a representation at the committee.
Yeah, I would refer, I'm not sure what has been done in the past, so I would look to continue the precedent, but where, in general terms, where members make a representation and they make their points known and they've got an interest in it, yes, it's usual practice if it was in a physical meeting for the member to then leave so that there's no arguments about influencing the committee decision thereafter. However, I'm not sure what has happened in planning matters before, so I don't know if our planning colleagues or Tracy's able to come in on that just to clarify what the position has been in the past.
Tracy's actually given me the text here that Tracy reads out at the start or commencement of every meeting, and in point 6, the clerk will advise as follows. There are 5 bullet points, and the 4th one says, elected members of Dumfries and Galloway Council who are not members of the Planning Applications Committee, such members should withdraw from the meeting after making their presentation. And it's actually highlighted, and that's the procedure we have employed in all the time we've been in this council, in this term.
I will, to expedite business, I will remove myself from that and maybe pick this up with Vlad in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Willie. Much appreciated, and thanks for coming in, Vlad. Okay, members, on that basis, thank Willie for his presentation and support of the applicant. We're now in session. Tommy.
I would certainly like to move that we grant this application. This is a way forward for Stranraer. It's something happening in Stranraer, or near enough Stranraer. On the basis, I would like us to see us grant this.
Thanks, Tommy. I've got Archie wanting to speak. Archie Dryborough.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I mean, obviously the situation as is with regards Willie was that people were asked to remove themselves from the room, but they could go and watch the thing on in the members' room next door. It's the same with these ones. They can watch on the live production of this. With regards to the application itself, I'm of the opinion that it's in a position where it will support, employment. It will support use of that particular land. I think as an exception to policy, we should be able to grant this because of the economic benefits that it will actually have in that particular area. So happy to second Tommy on that situation.
Okay, I see Andrew Giusti was looking to second Tommy as well. So we've got that proposal seconded. Councillor McComb, Jim McComb, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would also speak in support of this particular proposal. It is of a fairly modest scale and appears to be entirely compatible with the neighbouring land uses. I take the point which was made by the officer that it would confer Class 5 status on the site. However, future members would not necessarily be duty bound to approve automatically any future Class 5 application, particularly if it was in conflict with the neighbouring uses. So on those grounds, I would be happy to support approval of this application.
Thanks. I've got Jane wanting to speak, but before that, I think Class 5 approval grants Class 5 use. There wouldn't be another application required for Class 5. If we grant a Class 5 application today, that is a Class 5. We are not restricting the application unless we can do that to this particular type of business. But this is a Class 5 application that can be transferred without recourse back to this committee at any stage, as far as I understand it. I see Billy, the case officer, is wanting to speak, as is Robert. So, Billy, do you want to come in first?
Yes, Chair, you picked up on the very point I was intending to make. It was just for a point of clarification that a further application would not be required for another Class 5 use.
Thanks very much, Billy, and thanks for being keen to come in and remind members of that, because that's the issue we have. It's not this particular business, it's the classification and how that might transfer to other businesses in the immediate, short or long term. Robert, do you want to come in?
Chair, yes, I was going to make that point, but beyond that, I think it's fair to point out to elected members that if you want to prevent that scenario, you could draft a condition which would limit the use of the land and premises, for example, for a landscaping or gardening business only. So you can impose planning conditions which would restrict future opportunities within Class 5.
I personally think that would be a thing that members would want to consider very seriously if they're looking to support this particular business. Hey, Councillor Maitland, I'm sorry I blethered away in front of you there. You've got you and then Councillor Carruthers looking to come in.
That's all right, Chairman. I quite like hearing you blether. Right. Well, I must admit, when it first came across my desk, and I was sort of deeply nervous about changing something into Class 5 because I thought it became inalienable, and then you were stuck with it, and somebody could change and do whatever they like. But I'm attracted to the idea of putting in a condition that it can only be used for a landscaping business. I mean, the truth is, if this came in without any development on it, and we were asked to change it into a Class 5 industrial area, we'd say, no, I don't think that's suitable at all. It doesn't fit. It is, of course, annoying to find that one is being bounced into something, but I can see the logic in this particular case of placing this business where it is. And I'm attracted to the notion of a suitably drafted condition restricting the activity.
Thanks very much, Jane. Well put. Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks, Chair. I think I had to probably got to the point where I was looking to come in, and I would also support this application. I think it's, as well as all the economic development policies that it actually meet. I think we have a lack of actually available sites in that side of the region. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Ian. And it would seem that every member's happy or keen to support this particular business. And given that Willie's presentation was based on this particular business, I will ask, that it might save an alternative proposal coming forward, I'll ask Tommy Sloan and then the seconder, Archie Dryborough, if they'd be content to amend the proposal to read restricted to landscaping business, because that's what the applicant's looking to do. Or do you want it to be Class 5 so that it can be just anything at any time, Tommy?
I don't have any strong feelings on it, but what concerns me is that why should we be restricted? You know, I'd be happy if they built a whole industrial estate there. This, with the jobs that would bring to us. But, you know, if that's a part of the condition, I would be not happy to go along with it.
Prepared to accept it?
Yeah.
Okay. Archie, are you prepared to accept that your proposal will go with a condition restricting it to a landscaping business or log store or whatever it is, and officers would word the appropriate terminology?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think you know, this application has come forward for one business, and I'm happy with the condition that it would be restricted to that particular thing. I think what Tommy is actually saying is something different that needs to come forward in a future application. This is particularly about one business. Happy to have those restrictions put in place as a condition.
Okay, so if members are content, if anybody's no content, please let me know. But as far as I understand it, the majority of members are happy to support an approval contrary to policy on the basis as a condition placed on the approval that restricts the business to the business that's conducted at present, which is landscaping, log sale or log store, whatever it is that he does with the logs. Robert, can you tell members whether or not that's satisfactory and it's something that we can reasonably enforce?
It's obviously within the gift of members to make the decision whatever you see fit today, but if you are minded to do so, you could impose a condition such that says the site and the premises hereby granted planning permission shall be used as a base or depot for the purposes of a landscaping or gardening business only. And then beyond that, for the avoidance of doubt, possibly no other purposes permitted by this permission, including any other purpose in Class 5 of the schedule to the Town and Country Planning Use Classes Scotland Order 1997. And that would mean essentially that you're defining this as what it is and what you're minded to approve today, and it can't then transform without further planning permissions into something much more potentially troublesome and a greater generator of land use conflict. It's obviously up to members to decide whether or not you would wish to see other conditions imposed, but I notice there are suggested conditions from the Council's Roads Planning Team Leader and also a recommended condition from the Council's archaeologist. But you could impose those conditions, but obviously it's within the gift of members to do that.
I would presume we would want to do that. I've got John Young looking to speak, and then Stephen Thompson, and then if maybe Tracy and you can rehearse the new conditions that would be applied. If members are content with that, we'll move forward on the basis that it gets the business where it wants to be, and any future development will have to come back to committee unless it conforms with the type of business that's been conducted at present. So I've got John Young, please.
Thanks, Chair. Obviously very content with the way this conversation is going. I'm wondering if we should also consider restrictions in the size of vehicle being able to access this site, or are we quite happy with HGVs driving up that rather narrow entrance?
Being these toss-ups, John, it was maybe an HGV that delivers 1 million logs and then he breaks them up into small packages and takes them out in a wee transit van. So me personally, I wouldn't want to restrict the type of vehicles, because they'd have to be compatible with the business that the gentleman runs. So I can't see 1 million HGVs going in a day.
That's fine, thank you.
Thanks very much, John. Stephen?
Thanks, Chair. No, it was just kind of half picked up on just with the conditions already recommended by the other consultees, but also often in situations like this you might want to consider the hours of operation, and also if there's any lighting constraints in a rural setting, in particular, hours of operation through the winter, which may not be as relevant for landscaping business maybe, but just to have it in there anyway, understanding that it might, should we go forward with it, come back to planning if it's going to change materially in some big way.
Okay, Billy Murray.
Yes, it was just, again, for a point of clarification, Chair, with your permission, in terms of the conversation on the size of vehicles. 2 points to make on that. Supporting submission indicates that there will be no significant deliveries to the site. I think what I take from that is that in the normal course of events where landscaping was being undertaken at a dwelling house or wherever, the bulk of the materials would be delivered directly to site. Second point to make is that having discussed the site further with my colleagues in the road service, they're comfortable that there is sufficient space within the site to provide adequate parking and turning. One of the draft conditions that we would be looking to impose would require proposals to provide adequate turning and parking within the site. So I think that might give members some comfort that potentially the conditions to be imposed would address their concerns in terms of vehicle sizes. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Billy. That's really helpful. So I think then, if we can try and summarise, we intend to restrict it to the type of business being conducted at present. There might be a consideration of hours and lighting that accommodates the dark skies sort of approach nowadays, and the other conditions that were suggested if this was to be approved. So can you and Tracy, between you, just tell us what the proposal will sound like, and then if there are no dissenters, that will become the decision of the committee. And I'll look to Tommy and Archie when we've just rehearsed what we propose to set out in the approval.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair. So I've noted down that members are looking to approve the application as this proposal is complementary to the adjacent retail site. It's beneficial for securing further appropriate economic development and promoting sustainable growth, which outweighs the reasons to refuse under LDP policies ED1 and 2. And that is subject to conditions. One condition will be relating to the Class 5, restricting any business to landscaping only, and it will include the 5 roads conditions detailed in the report, the archaeologist condition detailed in the report, and a condition on the lighting for the dark skies.
Aye. And given that Billy says that the transport issue has no real significance, I don't think we need to worry at this stage about putting a limit on that, but take your advice on that, Robert.
It will be fairly self-limiting. It specifies the requirement for car parking spaces and a turning space within the application site. So if it does intensifying use such that you're getting HGVs, they're going to have to come in with an application anyway. The only other question I had beyond what Tracy had said was about the hours of operation. There was a suggestion that members wanted a condition limiting that, and if so, what would the limitation be?
I would be reluctant because some of these things start at 6 in the morning, and in the winter time it's dark at 4 in the afternoon. So, and you wouldn't want to make somebody stop at 6 if they had a big job on for a fortnight. So for me, I wouldn't be keen to restrict hours, but I'm in members' hands.
I think Billy's wanting to come back.
Stephen, did you want to come back?
Billy, sorry, Billy.
Oh, Billy. No, I think it's just a retrospective thing. Billy, did you want to come back? So it would seem, have we got a form of words that we're content with? The last thing is hours of restriction, if any. Stephen.
Thanks, Chair. No, it was just as long as it's not getting battered through enthusiastically and then we sort of think, oh, we should have done that. So it was really just, I've seen in previous applications just about, like, say, 7 till 6, Monday to Friday type thing. If it's not appropriate, that's fair enough, but it's just more to have consideration of if it's a class 5, a use class 5, should we at least be mindful of that? And yes.
So if everybody's content with that, we delegate these minor matters to officers and to ensure that the business is restricted, although it's a class 5, restricted to the type of operation that's conducted at present, and the conditions as set out in the paper and the ones that were recommended by officers, delegated to officers, will go in approval. Okay, thanks, members. Thank you very much. So move on to agenda item 13, an application for replacement UPVC windows at 6 Lovers Walk, Dumfries. It's full application, reference number 21/1295/full. Recommendation approve unconditionally in case officers Beth Halliday and Beth Swiss is today again. So Beth, can you give your presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. This application is for replacement UPVC windows, and it is before you today as the applicant is an officer directly involved in the planning process. I will now go through my presentation. Next slide, please. So the location site is Lovers Walk in Dumfries. Number 6 is a semi-detached 2-storey dwelling house with attic rooms. Next slide, please. The block plan is showing the semi-detached element to it. Next slide, please. And the existing elevations. So at present, the front elevations windows, the side elevation windows are timber, single paned, single glazed.
Can you pause, Beth, because we can't get the images up on screen. We'll get you in a minute, hopefully.
It's just showing the elevation profiles in a little bit more detail. Next slide, please.
No, that's in all days, Beth, you know.
Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is number 6, Lovers Walk, the front elevation.
Beth, can we just maybe go back to the start, because some of the members missed about the first 6 slides. Yeah. Just please, for all the time it'll take just to scan through.
Certainly.
There you go, Beth, thank you.
So the location site is at number 6, Lovers Walk in Dumfries. It's a semi-detached 2-storey with attic rooms dwelling house. Next slide, please. And again, the block plan just showing the 2-storey, the semi-detached element to it. Next slide, please. So the existing elevations at present, the front and the side elevations are single glazed timber, sliding sash and case, and the rear windows are UPVC. Next slide, please. And the proposed elevations are looking to change everything to UPVC, front, side and...
Beth, it's no your day. It's frozen again. Hey, we'll get one more try, and it's only the members in here that are affected, so they have some of the information in the front of them in their papers anyway. So if we can maybe get their phones out or their tablets, whatever it might work for them. You've got it, John. You got it, Stephen. Joe McKee, he's sleeping. You're fine, right, okay. Hopefully we'll get it better. If no, for the last time, and I'm not going back for a fourth time, we'll go back to the start and talk through it again. But wait and see if we can get it up on screen for the members in the room. There we go, Beth, and we're not going back this time. Councillor Cases is content to wait if the thing goes awry again. So for the last time from your slides, just proceed, please.
Thank you, Chair. The application site is 6 Lovers Walk in Dumfries, which is a semi-detached 2-storey with attic rooms, dwelling. Next slide, please. This is the block plan showing the semi-detached element 2. Next slide, please. This is existing elevations, which at present are timber, sliding sash and case, single face, to the front side elevations with the rear elevations UPVC. Next slide. And the proposed elevations is proposing to change everything to UPVC, sliding sash and case, double glazed, except for window H. And just a view of Lovers Walk, generally looking up towards the Ray Street junction. Next slide, please. And again, looking towards Academy Street junction. Next slide, please. And this is the rear elevation showing the at present UPVC windows. Next slide, please. And this is the rear lane off Ray Street, looking towards the rear of the usual place. Next slide, please. And again, the rear lane looking east towards the entrance into Ray Street. Next slide, please. And this is a side elevation showing the 2 windows to be changed. Next slide, please. And that's my presentation. And the application is recommended for approval unconditionally. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Beth, and I'm sorry to have messed you about so much. Members got most of that. Questions for the case officer, please? No, we're in session then, members. Oh, Jane Maitland, please.
Beth, we're in a conservation area here, aren't we? And we seem to be changing. There seems to have been an acceptance of changing these windows from the traditional 2/2 to 1/1. Is that now just taken as read that we do that? I'm aware that we have been very picky over somebody else's Lovers Walk house. I mean, correctly so. But I think because it's an officer of the council, we need to be ultra careful about what we do here. I will say I think there's huge improvement in the design of the windows on the back. But I'm a little depressed about what's going on in the front, because what's there is currently extremely elegant, very slimline timber, 2/2, and it's being changed to much brighter, whiter, thicker edged UPVC windows. And it doesn't have to be like that, because we've seen really excellent changes done in the high street, really very appropriate. So I'm a little concerned about just exactly how good our standards are being with respect to the conservation area. Your comment.
Thank you, Councillor Maitland. Yes, and I agree with your comments. But in this instance, I considered the design, albeit, as you say, it is different to, as far as the panes are concerned, to what's there at the moment, but I considered them to be appropriate for the location.
Thanks for that response, Beth. And the only thing I'd add, Jane, is I wouldn't want to punish officers or members of the council. I don't think it's unreasonable to expect them to get the very same treatment that any other member of the public gets. And I've had lengthy conversations with Robert and David Sutty about this, and apparently nowadays there's a general acceptance that the type of plastic windows that can be produced are suitable for conservation areas. Apparently we don't like them in listed buildings, but we are inclined to be sympathetic to applications that come forward, whether it be general locations or conservation areas, as long as they are sympathetic to what was there before. That doesn't make it right, and it doesn't make you have to agree with me, but I believe that's what the sort of feeling of officers is at this juncture. I see Councillor Dryborough agrees, so your observations, Jane, if you've no strong views and nobody else has any alternative view, I take it we can accept the officer's recommendation and approve this?
My agree was on the recommendations, Chair.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I knew that, actually. That's what I meant if I didn't put it that way. I knew you weren't saying you agreed with Jane. No, you're just that came in before Jane started speaking. So I take it members were So we're content to go with the recommendations? Agreed. Tracy, can you confirm the decision of the committee in respect to agenda item 13, please?
Thanks, Chair. Members have agreed to approve the application unconditionally.
Move on to agenda item 14, an application for the erection of dwelling house, formation of access and installation of septic tank in Soakaway, at land adjacent to Blythwood, Annan, DG16RD. It's a full application, reference number 21/0858/full. Recommendations approved subject to conditions. Case Officer Lindsay Cameron. Lindsay, will you take us through your presentation, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can I have the first slide, please? This application is before you today on the basis that it represents a significant departure from the development plan, and officers are minded to approve it. In this case, the application relates to an area of agricultural land which is situated between the U204A public road leading from Annan to Chapel Cross and a dwelling known as Blythwood, which is approximately 2 kilometres northeast of Annan. There's an indoor commercial swimming pool associated with Blythwood, and the opposite side of the road from the site to the east is Black Hills Farm, which is a small holding consisting of 2 dwellings. Next slide, please. This is the proposed site layout for the development, with the dwelling proposed to be sited centrally within the plot, orientated to face south and sharing a similar building line to Blythwood and the dwellings at Black Hills Farm. Vehicular access will be taken directly from the public road to the east, with parking to the rear of the dwelling. Next slide, please. These are the proposed elevations and floor plan for the dwelling. The principal elevation, which would be south facing, is at the bottom of the slide, with the rear elevation at the top, the elevation facing Blythwood being the second from the top, and the elevation facing the public road and the dwelling at Black Hills below that. Next slide, please. Moving on to the photos. This first photo looks in a northerly direction towards the site from the public road. The dwelling known as Blythwood can be seen just to the left of the centre, with the private road serving Blythwood, the swimming pool, a farm and agricultural land to the left of the slide. The site is bounded by the post and rail fence to the south and by the hedge along the public road. Next slide, please. Moving to the edge of the site, this photo is a view looking north across the site, which until recently was solely agricultural grazing land, has now been partially surfaced in subbase. Next slide, please. Moving along the private road to the south, this is a view looking northeast across the application site with the dwellings at Black Hills to the right of the slide across the public road. Next slide. This final photo was taken from the public road to the north of the site, looking back in a southwesterly direction and to the point where the vehicular access is proposed. Next slide. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Lindsay. Questions for the case officer from members? We don't have any questions for the case officer, so members are in session, but can I just have a brief interlude for a few seconds? Well, the screen's freezing on the main hall, so there are a couple of councillors trying to get onto new tablets to see this agenda item in the next few. While they're having a private confab, does any member have any observations in this application? If no, I'll be, Councillor Dryburgh suggests we agree with the recommendations. Are we happy to do that? If I don't hear anything from the to the contrary, it will be agreed. So, members have agreed. Tracy, can you confirm the decision of the committee, please?
Members have agreed to approve the application subject to the conditions in the report.
Thank you, Tracy. Move on to agenda item 15, an application for the erection of dwelling house and detached garage and installation of septic tank and soakaway. Approval of matters specified in conditions 2, the layout, 3, design, 4, external appearance and 5, landscaping, of planning permission in principle 18/0582/PIP. Location is plot 3, Brayfield, Stranraer. Its approval required by condition of PIP, reference number 21/1387/ARC. Recommendation is to approve unconditionally, and the case officer is Torrell Glendinning. Torrell with us, Robert? Torrell, are you?
I don't think she is, Chair. I wasn't expecting her to be present today.
Robert, it's you again.
Okay. Looking at the first slide, this is an application for approval of matters specified in conditions following a grant of planning permission in principle. Now, that was originally, you'll see the relevant planning history on 1.4 of the report on page 136, granted by committee on the 9th of July 2018. And we'll come on to the pictures in due course, but you've had a couple of houses built since then. So this is the third plot out of 3. You can see the application site outlined in red. The western edge of Stranraer, the west end of Stranraer, is located just nearby. You can see that on the location plan in front of you. Moving on to the next plan. This is the submitted location plan. So you're seeing some land outlined in blue here, which indicates that that's already within the control of the applicant. So the applicant's house is within that blue area. You've got the proposed site in red, and you have the neighbouring house in plot 2 out with the blue area just next to it intervening. Moving to the next slide, a lot of information in this plan. You have all the proposed elevations of the house as well as the garage. In the midst of that, you've got quite a detailed site layout plan, which also shows the access, the car parking, the turning area, the proposed septic tank and soakaway as well, although it's difficult to see admittedly at this scale. In addition to that, you've got the 2 floor plans. So it's a 2-storey house, if you like, in the sense it's got accommodation in the roof space and quite high wall height too. So moving on to the next plan, this shows you a cross section. So it's slightly combed. It's what we would call a 1 3/4 storey dwelling house, and then you've got a single-storey detached garage within the curtilage. The next thing should be the picture. So this is from within the site, looking broadly in a westerly direction, and you can see the adjacent dwelling house that's been built. It's similar in size, scale, massing, finishes, proportions. It's been done by the same architects. You would expect a harmonisation there. The next picture is looking more, if we can move to the next slide. Sorry, it's the one I've got is frozen. If you move back one slide, it's a view from the site, within the site, looking north. So this is up to the edge of Loch Ryan. You can see that in the distance. And you've got the rising land behind Cairn Ryan on the right-hand side there, just beyond that grassy area. The next slide is a view from within the site, and this is looking to the northwest. So you can see the houses that have been built in neighbouring plots 1 and 2. Again, similar size, scale, massing, finish design. Yeah, the next slide is view from within the site looking back towards Stranraer itself. It's probably worth mentioning that the intervening land is now allocated in LDP2 as a housing site, so that's the land beyond the edge of this application site, but to the south of Liswell High Road. And moving onwards, I think this is the final view. It's from within the site and it's looking towards the southwest, so towards the kind of ridgeline of the Rins itself. Next slide. In summary, the application is before you today because it's been made by the wife of a staff member who's involved in the planning process, which is Tommy Curry in Building Standards. You'll see it's had permission in principle before, so because it's an approval of matters specified in conditions application, we're not reconsidering the principle of that decision. We're simply looking to see whether or not the specified matters have been met adequately, and the officer's recommendation is to approve as per the report.
Thank you, Robert. Questions for our case officer? John McKee, David McKee.
I'm sure I read in this, there's an attached garage to the house, and there's also a standalone garage being built. Can you explain what the reasoning is for that, please?
Robert?
Chair, as far as I'm aware, it's a detached garage within the curtilage of the house. The description of the application, I think, conveys that, and all the detail I have suggests it's a detached garage. I can only apologise if it's been described as an attached garage anywhere. I apologise because it's certainly been treated as detached, as shown.
Paragraph 1.3 in the bottom sentence. The main part of the dwelling would have overall measurements 12.8 by 13.6 and a garage extension to the east. And you've got a standalone garage is also proposed to the south.
I think that was in the slides. If you run through the slides again, I think you'll see that. One, please. Well, next one, please. That one. Can you rotate it somehow? No. Robert.
Chair, I can see where I've made my... Back to the previous slide, there's an attached garage and there's a detached garage as well. Now, normally, if there was an attached garage to a house, I would just describe that as a dwelling house. So when I'm talking about a dwelling house and detached garage, that's what I think I'm looking at. But other people would read that as being an attached garage to the house as well as a detached garage. So it's both, basically.
So see,
thanks.
See the images here we're looking at. The left-hand side row of images, second one down. That looks to me like a double garage attached to the house. And then he's got a separate, or they've got a separate one somewhere else.
Attached garage in the cartilage, which you can see in the red area on the plan.
Yeah, and it's right on the right-hand side. Yeah. Okay. Maybe got more cars than I used to have. So you're right, Councillor McKee, your question was answered and you're accurate in your interpretation of the paper. Questions for case officer? If there are no others, are we happy to agree the recommendations as set out in the paper presented by Torrell today? Tracy, can you confirm the decision of the committee, please?
Members have agreed to approve the application unconditionally.
Thank you. Item 16 we've already dealt with, so move on to item 17. Item 17 is an application for the erection of dwelling house and garage information and vehicular access, amended house type to that previously approved under planning permission 15/B/40017 at plot 3, Windmore Green, Creeka, Annan. Application type full planning permission. Reference number is 21/0972/full. Case officer Lindsay Cameron, and as you can see, it's an elected member that has presented this application today. Lindsay, can you take us through your presentation, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can I have the first slide, please? The application relates to plot 3 within a proposed development of 4 detached dwellings to the southwest of the public road within Creeka, which is an identified small building group. It's located approximately 3.5 kilometres northeast of Annan. Plot 3 is centrally located within the linear development of 4 dwellings. Next slide, please. This is the proposed site plan showing the proposed dwelling located adjacent to the boundary with plot 4 and a new vehicular access from the public road with the driveway along the southeastern boundary leading to a garage to the rear. Next slide, please. And these are the proposed elevations for the dwelling, which would have a dry dash render finish and a concrete tile roof. Next slide, please. And here we have the proposed ground and first floor plans for the dwelling. Next slide. And this slide shows the proposed elevations and floor plans for the detached garage. Next slide. As noted in the report, the proposed development represents an amended house type and site layout to that previously approved. So for comparison purposes, this slide shows the site layout and house type previously approved for the development of the 4 dwellings, which was granted in 2015. Next slide, please. Moving on to the photos, this first photo is a view looking southeast along the public road towards the site, which is on the right-hand side of the slide behind the overgrown beech hedge. Next slide, please. This photo looks across the site in a westerly direction across plot 3 towards plot 4 and the existing dwellings of Duncharden to the right and Windmore Green, which is in the centre. And as you can see, some site preparation works have already taken place. Next slide, please. Turning to look in a southeasterly direction, this is a view across the rest of the site where plots 1 and 2 would be located. Next slide. And for context, this final photo shows the existing dwellings on the opposite side of the public road to the site. Next slide. And that completes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Questions for case officer? Ronnie Tate. Ronnie, your connection's gone, I believe. Give it a few minutes and see if you can come back and join us. Ronnie, you there?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
Right, it's just a question on the condition 3, on the conditions basically that we're having to keep the existing beech hedge, and I'm just wondering why that is the case actually. Considering that the boundary walls on plot 3 are mainly masonry or post and masonry. So I'd just like some clarity on that, please.
Lindsay will be the very person to give you that. Lindsay, can you clarify that for Councillor Tate, please?
Yes, certainly. Plots 1, 2 and 4, which form part of the wider development, are covered by a similar condition on the 2015 permission. It's where it retains an element of consistency and an element of existing landscape character. And as the condition states, it would either be the retention of the existing hedge, reduced to an appropriate height, or a replacement hedge.
Can I come back in that, Chair?
Come back in, Ronnie, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, is there any other hedges anywhere else in the area? Say an Ivy Cottage or Violet Cottage or Nelson Cottage or Criffle View. Is there any other hedges in the area?
I don't know that would make any difference to what the case officer sees as an appropriate approach to the development that's been sought. But Lindsay, can you help, Ronnie?
I'm not aware of any other hedges. That doesn't mean to say there aren't any.
Okay, Chair.
I've got Robert trying to help you as well, because we have to try and retain some kind of character of the area. But Robert?
Chair, if it's helpful, the earlier slides did show the site frontage, which clearly had the beech hedge. To me, this contrasted with the rest of the housing on the opposite side of the road, which had walls. I understand there's a wall on the proposed plan, but that any condition imposed, such as recommended condition 3, would override that. As Lindsay's already said, that was a feature of the previous planning permission. There is hedging there along the frontage, so it's to try and retain a bit of visual amenity, a bit of landscape character. So that's the purpose of the condition. Having said all of that, it's entirely within the gift of the Planning Applications Committee which conditions you wish to see imposed and which you don't. But I mean, the recommendation that the officers put in, which I fully endorse, is to have condition 3 imposed in this planning permission.
Thanks for that, Robert. That got you, Ronnie?
Thanks, Chair.
Super duper, okay. In that case, there does not seem to be any other questions for the case officer, so members were in session. Are we content to go with the officer's recommendation and approve the application subject to conditions set out in the paper? I've got agreement within the chamber here. I'll take it. Oh, John Young.
Oh, sorry, Jim, it's my old. Can we ask if they could fit a vent to allow electric car charging in all new houses?
Can you repeat that, John?
In previous housing applications for new builds, we've specified the developer or the person responsible puts in some sort of trunking to allow an electric car charging point to be fitted to the external walls of the building. And I mean, I think it should be a standard condition, to be quite honest, Chair.
Okay, I have no issue with that, and if Officer Roberts nodding his head, so yes, we can do that, give a condition. If members want, if there are any members with a particular view on that, we'll have to debate it, but if members want, we can certainly attach that condition. Councillor McKee?
That was raised at the last planning committee. Obviously, John was there, and it was suggested that we should do that to all houses now, especially, well, not just especially in estates, but every house should have a trunk that runs in or carry a cable into the house to charge the cars.
Yeah, it has the capacity to attach and it's just a trunking. Nothing more
yes,
than
we'll make arrangements for your house to be done, Chair.
Okay, members seem to be content with that, John Young. So with that condition being attached to the other conditions that are there, Tracy will confirm the decision of the committee.
Members have approved the application subject to the conditions as detailed in the report, with an additional condition 7, which will allow for the ducting and trunking for the provision of electrical charging in the future to be installed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tracy.
So,
move on to agenda
sorry
item.
to butt in, Chair, but can that be done for the other planning applications that we agreed today? That trunking is provided in these
we can't make that decision today. It's up to planning officer to bring that information to us, but I'm sure Robert's nodding his head. He sees that that's the way that members want this particular opportunity to develop. So we can't make a decision today, but officers can bring these recommendations to us routinely when they're doing new house builds.
That'd be good. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor McKee. Agenda item 18, erection of dwelling house, formation of access, installation of septic tank and soakaway at land between Ashfell and Culmore, Bridgestone Bridge, Milton, Crockett Ford. The application is a full application, reference number 21/0892/full. Recommendation is approved subject to conditions, and case officer is Iona Brooke, or is it Robert? It's you. Robert, again on behalf of Iona, so just when you're ready, Robert, take us through your presentation, please.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Looking at the first slide, this is a location plan. So you're at the small building group known as Bridgestone Bridge. Now you can see, for those of you that know the old military road in the Stewartry, you've got Milton, which is a small building group to broadly the kind of north-northeast. And this all lies to the kind of south-east of the A75. So moving on from the location plan, you've got the proposed block plan which shows the site outlined in red. It goes without saying that this already has planning permission in principle, and what you're looking at here is a full application, but it's on the same application site. Now, the progression with this one was a formal pre-application inquiry, as you can see in page 164, and then the PIP application was granted subject to conditions on the 7th of September 2020 under delegated powers. The reason this proposal is coming to us is because a director of the company, who is the applicant, is directly related to a member of staff involved in the planning process, and that's Suzanne Broach in Building Standards. So anyway, moving on from the block plan to the details of the case, you've got the site plan located in front of you. So it's essentially an L-shaped house within the plot with an access coming off the frontage from a lay-by and with car parking and turning involved there as well. And moving on from that slide, you've then got details of the elevations of the house. So you've got features like gable-head chimneys, a central doorway on the principal elevation, symmetrical windows. You've got a rear wing, which is subsidiary, and you've got fairly well proportioned dormers to the upper storey as well. Moving on to the next slide. It's one of the photographs, and again, this is just outlining in red the application site. So you've got an idea. It's essentially an empty paddock at the moment with a couple of trees at the back. So moving on from that, this is a view looking along the old military road. It's looking north. It's the C1S, so it gives you an idea of the kind of character of the locality. The next photo is in the opposite direction. So this is looking south. The next slide. Along the C1S public road. The application site here, it must have been quite a warm period of weather, is on the right-hand side where you see that kind of dried out grass land there. The next slide is looking towards the application site. So this is looking into the site from the C1S public road. You'll notice the two mature trees at the back, which are just right at the extreme boundary of the application site, and it's a fairly unkempt gap site at the moment. Okay, moving on. This is the final picture, and it's looking east from within the site. So this is looking to the existing house, which is located opposite. In summary, it's considered that the proposal is a good example of a well-designed house in the countryside, so it's acceptable in terms of its siting and design. Access and servicing have been covered, and we've considered archaeological matters too. And the officer's recommendation is to approve this subject to the conditions listed in the report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Robert. Questions for the case officer? There doesn't appear to be anywhere in session. Members? In the absence of any views, I take it as unanimous decision of the committee to support this application and approve the...
Subject to a tube being put in for the...
Subject to adopting...
I'll agree to it.
Put in place for a future charging point. Thank you, Councillor McKee. Tracy, can you confirm the decision of the committee, please? Oh, Jane Maitland, please.
Yeah, Chairman, I just wanted to say that actually I thought it was a particularly attractive design and for the particular area it's going into. So I really relish being able to say yes. I look forward enthusiastically to seeing that on the old military road.
Good for you, Jane. Okay, members. Tracy, confirm the decision, please.
Chair, members have agreed to approve the application subject to the conditions as detailed in the report, with the additional condition 9 to install the ducting and trunking for the electrical charging.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Thanks very much for your indulgence, members, today. It's been a busy day. That concludes the business for today. Thank you very much again, members and officers. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.